How long before we're ready, you think? Okay. Well, good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to the Milpitas Unified School District Board of Trustees Board of Education meeting. Are the board members ready?
Yep.
Is Rob available online?
I am.
Awesome.
Can you hear me?
Call the meeting to order. Cabinet, are you ready? All right. Awesome. Well, good afternoon, Milpitas. I'm your 2023 Board President, Chris Norwood. Welcome to the meeting at the Milpitas Unified School District Board of Education. We appreciate your attendance and participation in our education proceedings, which align with the guidelines set forth by the Ralph M. Brown Act for Open Meetings. Tune into our hybrid style meetings online on either Zoom or YouTube or in person inside our boardroom. Today's meeting will begin with a study session with the Milpitas Adult Education. Public comments can be made while you are logged onto Zoom or if you're in person. YouTube, however, is a listen-only option. 1 2-minute public comment per person is allowed for each item. At this time, I would like to call this meeting to order. Roll call, Scott.
Roll call, Board Member Zhang,
Here.
Board Member Naka,
Here.
Board Clerk Yip Chuan,
Here.
Board Vice President Nyo,
Here.
and Board President Norwood,
Here.
all accounted for.
Thank you. And our student board reps will join us later. This time, I'm looking for a motion to review and approve the study session agenda.
Motion to approve.
Is there a second?
Second.
We have a motion and a second. I knew it was quick on the draw today. Roll call vote.
Board Member Zhang,
Here. Good.
Board Member Naka,
What was his vote?
yes, good,
Okay.
yes.
He's got to say it.
Yes.
Board, yeah, there you go. Board Member Naka.
Aye.
Board Clerk Yip Chuan,
Yes.
Board Vice President Nyo,
Yes.
and Board President Norwood.
Yes. Motion carries. Are there any comments from the public regarding the study session agenda? Are there any comments from the public before we start our study session?
We have no public comments at this time.
Thank you. Study session, learning and development, Milpitas Adult Education.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Juliana Ibrahim, and I am the principal of Milpitas Adult Education in the Correctional Program. With me, I have my staff that's joining me this evening.
Hi, I'm Jennifer Velarde. I teach ESL.
I'm Shani, I'm the Director of Business Services.
Yeah. Keeps coming
I'm
back.
Deepu, Supervisor of Business Services.
Hold 1 second while we work out our, hold on 1 second while we work out our technical difficulties.
Of course.
Sorry. Okay.
Test.
Test.
Nope. We'll just leave.
Yes, sir.
Test. Testing. Okay, there's no more echo. Thank you for your patience.
Melanie Davis, Admin Secretary.
Lisa Lau, ESL Program Specialist.
Carolyn Sukendro, Adult FF Examiner.
Thank you,
Are you
everybody.
missing any members of your team?
Some members might be joining. There was an invitation to everybody this afternoon. Yes. So I appreciate our team from Business Services to support us here. And before we start with the presentation, I'd like to thank the Executive Cabinet and the board for allowing us to be here as 2 yearly report. 3 5-minute report at the board meetings is not enough for us to share with you everything that we do. So we would like to have this done yearly, hopefully. To start and to set the tone for our presentation today, I would like to share a couple of items just briefly as a matter of story before we go into the presentation. And this year, I think our whole program at the Ayer site and at corrections has been very important in reaching out to the variety of groups that we serve. Our ESL teachers have done an extraordinary job in identifying those students that need more assistance than others. And those are the family literacy students and also those that can access CalWORK support. And please interrupt me if anything, if I say CalWORks or if I say WIOA and we don't know what it is, I would be very happy to explain. Additionally, to our ESL group, we have been extremely successful in reaching out to all those adults who have not completed their high school diploma and now will be graduating with us on June the 7th. And those students include those young adults that were caught up in the COVID health crisis and were not necessarily ready to come back to school. Additionally, and we're very, very proud to say that one of our post-secondary students in the special ed program will be getting pretty soon her high school diploma with adult ed. And that is just very heartwarming and very, very impressive. At the corrections side, we continue to work on relationships with the county office and the sheriff's department. And we will share with you a very important initiative in regards to family reunification. So I will be sharing the presentation that we have for this evening.
Just let me know, Principal Ibrahim, if you'd like me to share it or if you're able to do that. Oh.
Thank you again. And this evening, this afternoon, we're going to focus on our strategic goals. Goal number 1, which is creating a culture of we, and goal number 3, strategic goal of MUSD, creating pathways for all student learners.
Hey, Juliana, is there a difference between building and creating, in your opinion?
In my opinion, it is both because it takes a team, and then it also takes a lot of people creating and building different ideas, but I'm going to state that it is building a culture of we.
Because I was listening to you talk about creating and I was thinking, you know, and particularly when it comes to adult education, there's been quite a few things that you guys have done. And there are a number of things that you're doing new now. So you're building and you're also creating at the same time. So I could see, and I was just listening to where your mind was at in terms of the things that you guys have got going on now. So thank you for that.
Thank you. So our adult ed funding is very different from any other funding. And as some say, it is the most complicated funding, but we will try our best to engage in the conversation of our funding, which is WIOA, Title II, which is the Workforce Innovation Opportunity Act, and Title II is specifically for the Adult Education Family Literacy Act. And also we are funded through state funds of the California Adult Education CAPE program that brings together 5 adult schools and 4 community colleges in our region. We are consortium number 51. It's Milpitas Adult School, Santa Clara Adult School, Silicon Valley Adult Education, Campbell Adult School, and Eastside Adult School, Mission College, Evergreen, San Jose City College, and West Valley. That is Consortia 51. Also, I would like to state that WIOA Titles II is a performance-based competitive grant, meaning that the larger the number of students or schools that participate in the grant, the pot of money will be divided among the many schools that participate.
So Juliana, on your slide here, you list WIOA Title II under AIR. Is AIR a business name?
AIR is our AIR site, which is our adult school in the community.
So it's called AIR Adult School or Milpitas Adult School?
It is AIR Adult School, the AIR site. Samuel Ayer.
So I'm familiar with, I'm just looking at the
For our, oh, I'm sorry, for our adult ed, you need to use the mic so that the online audience can hear you.
So AIR is the old campus. So we've always just gone under AIR as the site instead of DO. So.
the
that's
site location.
Yes.
Site location,
yes.
that's all it is, yeah.
Yes.
Principal Ibrahim, it may be helpful for the board and community. You know, when the program was under the WASC accreditation under, I think it was your
Yes.
first or second year as principal, you described Milpitas Adult Ed as one program, two sites. Maybe if you, not maybe, but please describe that because that will help bring context.
Thank you. Historically, adult education has had two schools, the community school, which is the AIR site, and our corrections program, which is at the Santa Clara County Office of the Sheriff's at Elmwood Correctional Facility. At the time of our WASC, in looking into our program, we felt that we should not have two different schools, but we should have one school with two sites. That also implies that we are a larger school, part of MUSD, but at the same time that our students that are at the correctional facility can become students at the AIR site when they transition. It also means that our families that have kids in our adult school, our families that have kids in the larger Milpitas Unified School District are also within the adult school programs because their parents are in our programs and we are supporting them through our education. And that goes for both, for the AIR and the correction site.
So it's Milpitas Adult Education with two sites.
One school,
The AIR site
yes,
and the correction site.
correct. It is
One
one school,
School,
two sites.
two sites. That's
Yes.
a member of the South Bay
Consortium of Adult Education.
Adult Education Consortium.
Correct.
Right. So I heard you mention in your part of that conversation, you said something about community school. And there's a lot of conversation around, I don't know if the community school concept is old,
Mhm.
or, it's brand new, been reinvented, but community school talks about connecting multiple resources to families within those schools. Is Milpitas Adult Education also classified as a community school?
Yes, it is classified as a community school and you will see it within the presentation. But when we call our schools, let's say I'm telling Melanie, or I'm asking Melanie, I am at the corrections site. Will you be at the AIR site? So we're talking about the two schools as two sites within the adult school program. And then when our team from business services presents our overall of our budget, you will see some of the distinctions that are also made there. The correction site, in this next slide, we talk about our funding at the correction site, which is also WIOA Title II. And it is ADA, which is average daily attendance. And this is an apportionment by the state. This comes to us 2 years in the rears. So the ADA, adult average daily attendance that is generated this year will become effective in the next 2 years. And we will see some numbers on that as well. You will see that our programs at the Ayers site with some enrollment, the adult secondary education, we have 17 students and 4 students in the independent studies, ESL and family literacy, 184 students, ESL distance learning, 60 students, citizenship distance learning, 16 students. And I would like us to concentrate on the integrated English literacy and civic IELCE or integrated education and training IET. Within the funds of WIOA, IET is very, very important because it prepares our students to be able to be part of a contextualized class with CTE students and with a CTE instructor. One of our most popular and most successful IET programs is the Para-Educator program, which we do in the IET and the CTE modality. IET is as if you were looking at a 3-legged stool. One of them is the English language. The second one is the contextualized English for that particular field, which would be paraeducator. And the third piece would be the workforce preparation, along with the certificate that we currently have. Every time that we build IETs, they are built upon within a survey that the students tell us what are their interests. For example, this year we had the paraeducator IET, the small business IET, the introduction to paralegal careers IET, and also the career in the workplace skills IET.
So that was curated by surveys of students.
Yes,
So adult students, high school students, where was that curated at?
IET is only for ESL students. That is why it's very important that when we present these programs, we do it connected, the IET and the CTE. So for example, an adult student in the community that wants to participate in the paraeducator pathway, they can participate along with our IET students. And the beauty of this IET CTE model is that we have a CTE teacher and we also have ESL support in the classroom. And
Thank you. Are there any
yes.
other questions or thoughts from the board?
Yeah, question. So, let's say high school, right? MHS or at Cal Hills, once they become 18, do they get transitioned over to this, to the adult ed airs, or how does that work? You know, even including the CBI group, do they transition over?
Very good. And thank you for your question, Clerk Yip Chuan. When our high school students at either MHS or Cal Hills are not able to complete their diploma, they say that there's always an adult school next to a continuation high school or a high school. And there's a reason for that, because we're always connecting, we're always checking. Who are your students that are not going to graduate this year? So we start transitioning them with us. That happens at Calaveras Hills and also at MHS in very, very close coordination with the counselors and also with the families, because not all of our students at 18 are adults that can make those transitions seamlessly. We also support with the district's support, we also do the credit recovery program that is in the last year. It's in the senior year and in the junior year, where counselors refer to the adult school students to complete and catch up on the credits. And this year we have had very, very good success. We have a very strong team, credit recovery for the students at Calaveras Hills and Milpitas High School. Does that answer your question?
Yeah, and what about like the special needs? Do they still stay with the high school or they also transition to the adult ed?
Post-secondary.
Post-
Post-secondary.
Post-secondary, yes. So I would like, if I misrepresent, Executive Director Mary Judy, if you can support us. So post-secondary students until they're 22, they are in the post-secondary education program. And we do feel very connected with them because we've been housed with them for such a long time. We know them by name, they know our teachers. So it's a very collegial and collaborative relationship. However, adult that does not have any interaction and instruction with the students. But in this particular case that I shared earlier, we do have a student that she had enough credits to obtain her high school diploma. So we're working with her and hopefully at the beginning of next school year, she will graduate from both the post-secondary program and with a Milpitas Adult Education High School Diploma.
Thank you.
Superintendent Jordan, I know that there's parameters around shared space between high school students and adult education students during the time frame. How are we balancing that out with post-secondary and adult ed? Like, as far as students being around, like, is there a time can we have high school students and adult education students on the same campus during the day at the same time?
Yes, we do that now. What is, what has been a question? Yes, we do have students who are adult learners, 18 plus, as well as high school learners, 15 and a half to 18 years old, currently on the same campus, but in two different buildings. So if you're referencing the MUSD Innovation Campus, we can have adult learners and high school learners on the same campus. What has been a question is, can you have them what's called intergenerational learning at the same time in the same classroom with the same professor? And the answer is yes, under the dual enrollment model or the concurrent enrollment model. So that means that it would be both generations taking college credit courses together. Under that model, you can have them in the same classroom.
Thank you.
Going back to what Kirk Yip Chuan was asking, we have also found a group of students that were caught abroad and were not able to come to the country to complete their high school. So those students are now dually enrolled at the high school, at adult education and at the community college successfully. So that is another very good success that we have had this year. And again, it is a matter of identifying the students and making the connections with the counselors, our staff, and the parents.
What is adult secondary education?
Adult secondary education involves two parts, ABE, which is adult basic education, where students have a reading level below 8th grade, and the high school equivalency program, which is are for students that are going to take an equivalency test, either the HiSET or the GED.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And just as a quick reminder, this is like a study session for us too. We get to learn, we hear all these terms and fly by and we get this moment to connect the dots on some of these things, you know, so thank you for your patience as you go through your presentation and us asking questions that may not be directly connected to the slide, but something that you said sparked I get a chance to ask this question. So thank you for allowing us to study as well.
Thank you. And I'd also like to stress a little bit the importance of the distance learning ESL program. It is for students that cannot come to the school. And through the hard work of our ESL program specialist, Lisa Lau, we have had very good success in getting grants to fund the program and to support it. So Lisa, if you may please speak a little bit about Boxy that has now changed its name. Thank you.
Okay, the ESL distance learning program, we got the funding from grants. The name for the grant is called Right Her Future. Is sponsored by the cosmetic company Lancome. So we got the funding from that grant, and that let us able to purchase online learning, English learning platforms license as the teaching material for our student in the distant learning program. So this year has been our third year to receive the grant. So we are really fortunately, and we are really grateful for having that.
Thank you, Lisa. And additionally to the licenses that we get through the grant, if any gentleman or male student wants to participate in the program, we have to buy the seat because the grant is only for females and it's targeted to career pathways.
So that's why I'm more willing to accept.
Please use the mic.
Into the program.
Please, the mic, please.
Instead of the male students.
No, that,
Yes.
And we also have two levels of that ESL distance learning.
But
that's also equity, though. I mean, when you think about what we're talking about and enabling women and women's salaries and those types of things, this isn't not an equality program. This is an equity program. We
Right.
found a funding source to serve a population that we know has historically not been paid equitably in comparison to their male counterparts. And so do not be apologetic or embarrassed about the fact that you found this opportunity.
Yeah.
That's the type of ingenuity I think this board appreciates, to find ways to serve the Milpitas community the best that you can. So kudos to you on that.
yeah, but really, we are lucky, in our Milpitas community, you see a lot of like hardworking mother. They work hard, they have a full-time job, and then they are willing to learn, pick up the language in order to get a better future. So majority of our students are female students.
Do we know the data in terms of how many of them are actually Milpitas residents?
We can find that information, absolutely, yes, through the demographic forms.
I believe that it should be over 60% of our students' population, should be, residing in Milpitas.
And now I would like to invite Jennifer Gagliardi. She's our citizenship teacher, the Queen of Citizenship Nationwide, to talk a little bit about the Citizenship Distance Learning Program.
So because we had a staff shortage, I gave up my in-person citizenship class and I'm teaching ESL in the morning and the evening. We were able to transition citizenship to online practices very well. The students really appreciate having one-on-one time for practice interviews, and it's been very, very successful. This is 16 people are current enrollment. People are constantly coming in and out of the program because they passed their interview. USCIS has greatly reduced their wait time from over probably 18 months down to 3 months.
Wow.
So people apply and they come and they enter our program. They're able to ramp up very quickly and pass that citizenship interview. In addition to that, we pursue opportunities at the state and national level. We're participating in our adult education, say for instance, Casa Summer Institute, where I will present on multiple issues about citizenship and citizenship pedagogy for the in-person and distance learning program. Also recently, I took an opportunity with the U.S. Department of Education. I'm participating in their Links program, which is an online forum. They just opened up a civics, education, and citizenship forum, so I'm the moderator. And we host monthly webinars about not only civics and citizenship, but the broader literacies related to health and financial literacy, and also the IELCE programs.
Can you
And
pause
so-
for just a second there? I've got a board member with a hand up
Yes.
online.
Hi.
Hi, quick question. I didn't mean to interrupt at that point, but I wanted to find out, are you gonna show us trending on your enrollment in these various programs?
I have one more comment, but we
Okay.
will talk about trending, okay?
Thank you.
The last thing I wanted to talk about is that we're a part of the pilot program. USCIS is going to be changing their interview format from based on the N400 to transition to something picture-based, and then also we're going to be doing civics. So that pilot is coming up in September, and hopefully we can participate in the analysis of that. Thank you.
Board member Zhang, we would definitely get you trends in the enrollment. But right now we have 16 students enrolled in the distance learning citizenship class. And
I believe what board member Jung is referring to, as we look at your current enrollment here for all the adult ed programs at the AIR site, understanding a historical trend of each of those gives us an idea in terms of gives you an idea as well as us an idea of, where is the demand, where are the opportunities, the possibilities, those things that need to be tweaked. Board Member Jung, is that what you were referring to?
Yeah.
Or were you referring to specifically to the citizenship program?
No, you got it right, President Norwood. I'm looking for overall numbers in each of the programs so we can get a feel for the trending of where there's a need and where's a desire for growth in each of those programs.
So are you asking for a baseline of several years before COVID, then COVID identified as the exception years, and then where we are today moving forward?
Yes, correct. We could take out the COVID years. We can do pre-COVID, and where we are after COVID, not taking into account COVID.
I would probably ask that we don't take out COVID, because there's probably some learnings that they have from COVID that
That's
are
fair.
being reflected right now in the direction that they're going to go. That's just a guess.
however, we do have that information that can be shared, as the South Bay Consortium for Adult Education has a data team that tracks all the enrollment for each program from every school. I will have that for us by tomorrow, probably.
Okay,
For
thank
future
you.
reference, when we do this, that's one of the things we're definitely going to ask for is the trending, just like when we see the other reports from the school district, they show us the historical trends from learning and development. Wendy shows us budget trends, multi-year budget trends, those types of things. So those are some of the things that we're always going to care about moving forward when we do this.
So one of the things that we're going to implement and is we're going to come back to Wednesday nights, having classes on Wednesday nights. We're having a citizenship class, and that the need for the citizenship class was informed by a fact sheet from USCIS that shows the eligible people who are legally able to become citizens. So, looking at all the zip codes in the Santa Clara Valley, Milpitas is the #1 place for people who can become legal permanent residents, become citizens, become voters. So we're #1. Yay.
Thank you.
So what would that potentially mean to an HR department in the school district?
It could be, potentially, these are representatives, the people who are eligible for legal permanent residence. Potentially, these are the parents of our Milpitas, children or our Milpitas students. Also, they are people who are eligible to come into our adult education programs.
So the citizenship course, based on the based on the information that you says that we have the largest number of people in our city that potentially could become in the county that could become employees of the public education system here in Milpitas.
I was focusing more on the students, but of course I don't know if the relationship between citizenship and employment in Milpitas. I was only thinking about students.
Definitely, citizenship and the pathway to citizenship is a very, very important piece in immigrant integration in general, as such as housing, as such as access to health, access to financial resources, education, being able to become citizens. And from there, as Jennifer says, citizenship is not only passing the test, it's becoming a citizen and becoming more engaged in civic issues and voting especially.
Thank you. So I want to ask our assistant superintendent of HR in terms of, based on your history, have you ever seen a connection or correlation between classified or certificated teacher enrollment connected to adult education or any of the programs that they've offered historically in your career?
Yes, not too long ago, we had a.
Can you your mic on?
It is on.
Okay.
It says it's green. Am I on? Just
Yeah, thank you.
I'll get closer. Sorry. Yeah, a few board meetings ago, we had a great presentation and how we have a link with our paraprofessionals in training and assessments that Juliana did. And we also have postings up and down the hallway of future positions that they could be aspiring to within our district. And yes, we have hired people to come into the positions as substitutes and that workforce, but a lot of our students in adult ed are aspiring for other careers that we don't offer here in the Silicon Valley. But we do want to create that link, and we create it at the school sites too. When the parents know that they're looking for work, but they don't have the training, they then segue that over to adult ed. Oh, we have trainings over there. And so, yes.
So I think that's another statistic, or it's a data point that we'd like to know. How many of adult ed folks actually become participants in our own public education system?
Very good.
We know we do have a special ed that came through our program that did the now employed over at Burnett.
Yeah.
Mm.
And he'll be graduating this year, right, Philip? Yep.
I just know when we homegrown, then when we bring them in, as far
Yeah.
as the value that we get in terms of, the budget, and then their growth and those types of things, it has an impact. Everything that you guys are saying, just to let you guys know, I'm thinking about all facets of the community and the district and our budget and HR and all of those different things, because they're interconnected, with parents reaching out to us and the data sources that you guys are getting access to, which I'm learning about in this conversation. So thank you.
Thank you. And I do know that we want to reach to many more exciting things. So if I may move on. So this year, again, you see the IET, which is the integrated educational training along with the career technical education. And you will see some pathways that are new for us, the small business. So in that 5-week class, we had 19 ESL students, IET students, working along with 7 CTE students. So that again is the beauty of creating this parallel teaching and learning with ESL and CTE students. We also introduced a introduction to paralegal careers. At the beginning of the survey, many students showed interest, but we were only able to enroll 1 student, and there were no CTE students in that program. Our ESL coordinator with the CTE teacher will be revising the curriculum in order to make it more attainable maybe for our ESL students, but it was a very strong and good pilot, even if the enrollment was low. We continue with our paraeducator, IET, CTE, and IET again, our ESL students. We had 6 ESL students working along with 35 CTE students. And in the workforce skills, 6 IET students working with 35 CTE students. At the end of their pathway, they get a certificate from Milpitas Adult Education that states all the components that they have learned throughout the 5 or 6 weeks. Also, at the AIR site this year, we have focused on strengthening our website. And Superintendent Jordan one time asked me, so what is this about Cengage? So Cengage is a platform that puts together courses. And let me show it right here. And the ones that Milpitas Adult Education advertises are, for example, you will see computer skills for the workplace. You will see medical billing, you will see certificate in food and nutrition and health. So we have a partnership with them. They build the curriculum, they do the marketing, and every time a student enrolls, we do get a small percentage of the enrollment for that student.
Okay, could you hold the point there? We have a
Yes.
message from Board Member John.
Hey, Juliana, I just want to step back to that paralegal. How did we choose that particular set of skills? Why did we choose paralegal as, was there really strong interest in that particular field?
Initially, like maybe 5 years ago, Board Member Zhang, we had the ECE program, which was a strong survey interest from our students. But as the years went by, we saw that the paralegal had a stronger pathway to the classroom, to becoming a teacher's aide, to becoming possibly a teacher, and not only remaining in the early childhood education program.
Okay.
Does that answer your question?
Come on, Rob, say
So-
no.
So I'm still trying to connect. How does paralegal get into the classroom?
Oh, I'm sorry, paralegal. I thought you said paraeducator. I'm
No.
very sorry. I did go, I
We're trying to
did give
connect
the
that one. We were
explanation.
we're trying.
I'm glad that we're having this healthy laughter because it's
Sorry, I thought it was
Yeah.
just me. I
in,
didn't quite get that.
thank you. So in the survey that we present to our students, one of the options was public service. And public service included paralegal services. And that is the reason why we chose paralegal, and it is introduction to paralegal careers.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. So public service was the key here.
Got it.
Going back to this partnership that we have with Cengage, looking at our labor market information, we request that they build some pathways, and for every student that enrolls in any of these pathways or courses, we bring up a small percentage to our school fee-based program.
We
And
get
Melanie,
Do we get data on,
yes, we do have data. And can Melanie give just brief?
Oh, we should. So what we've seen lately is we've had a couple that have done the construction, learning how to get your business license. They had some construction already in their background, but they wanted to know how to build a business. So it was a course on building a business with construction. We have a lot, actually quite a few on the computer skills for the workplace. We've had a couple for the medical billing and coding and the medical assistant. And there was another one. It's been picking up since our coworker Nitya has been working on it a bit more, so it has been picking up. They do have a nice return policy, so if you sign up for it and there's something that you don't like, you know, they will do a refund within quite a few days. I think you have like 15, 20 days to get a refund. And they're very prompt about it. So we've had only one out of it that asked for a refund off of probably 15, 20 since we've been working on it and building the site better. And that started at the beginning of the year.
And had we the ability to do all these teaching of these pathways on our own, we would, but unfortunately, we do not have that bandwidth to create all these classes. So what we're doing is setting the stage for a future opportunity when Milpitas Adult Education can start building and teaching those programs on site.
And we have found that there are a lot of people that join specifically for online reasons. Come to class. They want to have it when they want to have it. So middle of the night, they want to study, middle of the night, they get to study. So we have found that has worked for them.
This year, something that we are also continuing is we got a grant to implement the Six Sigma Green Belt certification, and we called it RISE. That grant will be over in December of 2023, and we have served the amount of 20 students that we committed to. Cohort number 3 is completing, and from those students in cohort 3, we have 3 paid interns at our adult school looking into our systems of enrollment and student persistence. Very exciting that we are currently working.
Question, Kelly?
Yeah, question,
I'm-
sorry. Yeah, I'm sorry. So I heard that the students can go on whenever they want at midnight. Does that mean that it's recorded, right? And they can go back to it whenever?
For RISE, you mean?
No, for the online
For
program.
the online?
Mhm.
There's a couple different ones that they can choose from. So some of them are self-paced where they can go back and look at an instructor, they're taped. And there are some that are instructor led. So you would have meeting times where you would meet with the instructors. So they have a couple different opportunities and ways to meet with people and engage.
Oh, okay, thank you.
Looking into the future of the Ayers side, we have something that we're currently working, and it is a prospective partnership with Cal Regional, who specializes in bringing medical programs to the adult schools. We're looking into phlebotomy and medical assistant. And our adult school is going to host the classes, and they have their professional trainers. They place the students in internships. And at the end of the program, we do receive some funding for every student that completes the program. IHSS, which is in-home supportive services. It's something very important right now, especially for communities that have aging populations and need support at home. We currently have classes in English and Vietnamese, and the public authority from the Santa Clara County is looking into bringing also these programs in Spanish. They teach about nutrition, they teach about diabetes. Last stage of life, and very important information as people support their dear ones and at the same time get paid by the county.
So you said phlebotomy, and what was the other one?
A medical assistant.
Medical assistant.
Yes.
And we have interest in those programs.
We have interest in those programs because the labor market is showing us that those are going to be the top medical certificates needed in the future. And the labor market information we get through our labor workforce, which is NOVA, along with many other meetings that we have at the consortia level.
So I just did a quick search because
Yes.
I didn't remember what the definition of phlebotomy was.
Mhm.
So I looked that up, and then I looked at phlebotomy, the income as far as what does a phlebotomist make in California? And it came up to around, like, it says $47,000 a year. And so I'm like, that means to live here in this area, this person is most likely going to need another job. Right, so I'm trying to connect, and we're working on preparing our adults for opportunities that connect them to opportunities to live in the area. How are we creating the criteria upon the classes which we select? Because like I said, again, for this person to get a certificate or even a medical assistant, they're still not necessarily at a living wage. So I don't know what that answer is. I'm just bringing this to the conversation as a part of our study session, as far as just an observation for me, trying to connect all these dots.
I think that also our interest in bringing the medical programs is to create also some traffic in our school within the field. And because they're short-term certificates, they can move on to something else. It is like an open door
Entry pathway.
entry pathway, correct?
So adult education, our adult education or adult education in tradition is an entry path, provides entry pathway employment or certification or those types of things for adults.
Correct. And
Well-
also very important for everybody re-entering the workforce. Either the working, the mom that stayed throughout the years at home, or the grandparent that needs to go back to work, the formerly incarcerated that needs to start making some money. I think that adult ed is the right platform to start doing everything with re-entry and restorative practices.
Thank you. Board Member Jean.
Yeah, so in terms of continuing that discussion, I can see where adult ed can be sort of that entry point, but it can also be that stepwise point, meaning that, you know, you're gonna have programs that will take you from one step to the next step, and gaining more skills will gain you more income over time. So learning about, for example, taking blood might give you a stepping stone to, okay, I'm into the medical field, maybe gives me a step towards nursing or x-ray technician or something else, where that income level at the next level will get you a lot closer to having a sustaining wage in Silicon Valley.
And additionally to that, there are many possibilities of articulation with the community colleges that we will be looking forward to with the medical programs.
Oh, could you go back? So Superintendent Jordan, on the partnership with the Cal Regional Medical Programs and some of the conversation that Juliana has shared about pathways, and that how where adult education is that on-ramp for retooling, for reduce recidivism and those types of things. Thank you.
And
Thank you.
upskilling as well.
That's also why Principal Ibrahim several times has mentioned the South Bay Consortium for Adult Ed. And when we look at the consortium, which we have consortiums across the state, it's the way that adult ed accesses funding in conjunction, in partnership with community college districts. So adult ed does provide that entry pathway for learners, as well as closing the loop on high school equivalency. And then from there, in partnership with community colleges, learners are able to build on the entry-level certifications that they might earn through adult ed.
Thank you. Yes,
you.
that is exactly right.
A time check?
We have, I think it's like about 5 more slides, and we have a half hour.
Okay.
We're good
Uh,
on time.
Quick follow-up question. You talk about reentry into the workforce. I haven't heard anything about touching the unemployment population. In that regards of getting them into adult education programs to get recertified. We know that
Yes.
that's a whole spectrum of folks, but there are service folks that probably need those different pathways.
And Vice President, no, you will see another innovative project that's coming up in the next slide that I think we will all be happy to support. Thank you. So this is our program at the correctional facility. In some enrollment that we have, you will see the Elmwoods men, and you will also see the CCW Center for Women. In the adult education and health and education life skills, there's 361 men enrolled throughout the year, 40 on the women's side. For adult basic education, independent studies, on the women's side, we have 16 students, and those 16 students are those that for several different reasons, they cannot attend classes, but we provide instruction through packets. Most likely it's because their housing unit is very, very restrictive. However, they do want to learn, and we are making programs available to them. In the high school equivalency diploma, we have 42 men and 22 women. We are also serving those who already have a diploma, and those are 11 women. In the food handlers certification we have 93 students from July through the month of April. And at the Reentry Resource Center, a small program of 6 men and 3 women. And the good news is that in the month of July, we are going to reinstate our services in main jail, which we have not been able to access since the pandemic. As you will see, when our team presents the budget, the P2 report this year is showing that we have made a great gain in the enrollment for the ADA. So hopefully that will be able to help us out as well. New initiatives at corrections is we have a very interesting positive parenting class. In July, we will resume our services in one of the areas of main jail. And we're also starting a new class at the Reentry Resource Center. And after many, many months of working, maybe over a year, there is going to be a pilot project called the Learning Corners, which is a family reunification model that will allow the kids in the community to connect with technology, with the parent and the teacher in the classroom. So within the many efforts that the county does for family reunification, I think this one is the most advanced in technology. So the kids will be able to meet with the parent who's incarcerated and with a teacher in the classroom. And we look forward to starting this in June, coming up in a couple of weeks.
So as you stay here, new initiatives at corrections.
Yes.
Are these Milpitas adult education new initiatives at corrections, or these are initiatives that corrections have going that we are going to be serving?
These are the positive parenting is our initiative as well. The coming back to main jail is a joint effort. The same as the learning corners, it's a joint effort. It is all about the partnership, the way that we design programs at the correctional facility is depending on the need. And when we met earlier in the year, the family reunification was something very, very important. And they saw Milpitas Adult Education as the venue to create this Learning Corners pilot. The technology is Milpitas Adult Education's technology. The teacher is ours. However, the facility does control the waiver of the parents in the community and also all the legal instances that need to be in place.
Thank you.
Thank you. This is something that is also very interesting to us, and we have been working through it within the city of Milpitas. We have applied for the ARPA funds through the Workforce Development Tranche, and it is going to, I believe that we are going to be approved for $30,000 to implement the Workforce Career Training Center at Milpitas Adult School. It's going to become a hub to retool, reskill, upskill the needs of all those reentering society. And as Vice President No said, there's a lot of folks out there that do need the basic entry-level instruction to obtain a job or to put themselves out there. And the way that we are presenting it is through a career center proposed calendar. And the calendar will have a lot of different components on training, which include math for the workplace. We also have an open lab, Microsoft Google Suites, reading for the workplace, resume writing, interviewing, and including basic computer skills in the classes that are very important for empowering and lifting up self-esteem. So this is a proposed project, a proposed calendar, and this will take place in the new Milpitas Innovation Campus.
So is that $30,000 grant enough for you to implement your programs?
The $30,000 grant will be to start building some of this, some of the career training center, but it will not fund everything. But what it's doing, it's building the relationship with the city of Milpitas, and most importantly, serving the community that is identified by the ARPA funds, which are the ones that do need the hand to get up and the retooling, the upskilling. And we have been working very closely with the city of Milpitas and Director Alex Andrade in regards.
So I know
So-
President Norwood and I have a meeting with the city tomorrow. Oh, not tomorrow.
The
Thursday.
25th.
And so, what do you need from us to help advocate for more?
I believe Superintendent Jordan that we will be joining the meeting, or
Yes, you will.
so we did, I did share with Superintendent Jordan some slides. So hopefully we can make them available to everybody to support the process.
Great.
Thank you.
And I would probably add that through the Economic Development and Trade Commission, the city of Milpitas has an MOU, a multifaceted MOU that deals with possibly offering them some programming and some in-kind services, and then also some strategic partnership opportunities. And that agreement was completed 2 years ago.
With the MUSD Innovation Campus?
Yeah.
I think it was in 2020 because it was actually just before COVID, I think.
Okay, so right before COVID, that agreement was in place, and part of that discussion was retooling, uptooling, how could we collaborate on it? So it sounds like that this could be the beginning of or like a pilot, like you had mentioned, new initiatives. It sounds like this is the 30,000 would be potentially used to put together the pilot, to gather the data on and evolve it so that we would need additional funding moving forward from them and possibly other sources as well to keep it going.
Yes, and one of the, now that you mentioned the word pilot, Director Andrade several times asked me, why are you saying if it's a pilot? Because you already have the classes in place, right? And I said, yes, we have everything in place. So he told me, I do not want to hear you say the word pilot again. And I said, sure, I'll take it out of the conversation, yes.
Okay, so what he's looking to establish is that even though it is, because the arrangement of these programs under this particular umbrella, thank you for clarifying that in terms for our conversation on Friday as well. And thank you, Board Member No, for mentioning the fact that for us moving this forward, we know that we're going to have to generate funds around the Workforce Development Career Training Center on an ongoing basis to maintain the appropriate infrastructure and those types of things as well. So thank you for that.
And you will see in the next slide something also related to that. And I see that Board Member Zhang has his hand up.
Yeah, just really quickly, do we have a feel if the city or us have a feel of how many students we anticipate to go through this?
We did have in our proposal a number that we are expected to serve as a positive outcome. Hopefully our number is met. But what we have seen is that with adult learners in this time and age, sometimes we're treating them as full-time students when they're actually full-time adults doing several different things. So sometimes the expectations are not met, but we will do our best. And those numbers are also in the proposal.
Okay.
Something that spurred my thought process as I looked at the calendar. Do we have any staff members in the district engaged in professional development through adult education?
Yes, and in the calendar, I believe that we do have guest speakers alongside with navigation for career counselors. And we will make sure to tap into our own to enrich the calendar as well, depending on the need.
Thank you.
Are you talking about being served, or are you talking about participating in the development of the program for Vice President?
Professional development encompasses all of that, right? So we have certain staff members, and I'll use an example, the Microsoft Google spreadsheet, right? Some staff members could use some professional development in that sense of attending. And then there's others as far as from a leadership perspective that could come as guest speakers or mentors, right? As developing that capacity.
Correct. And the Career Training Center is not going to be only for the ARPA population that we are writing to. It's going to be for a larger population, which includes our MUSD staff participating and also supporting the program.
So we have worked with the HR department in the past and put on different trainings for classified staff and teaching staff at our site. So we do a lot of that and have the knowledge of that. We'll have another one coming up. We're doing first aid coming up in the new school year. And so I'm sure we'll be doing some other ones. We've done Excel and whatever classified staff has asked for whatever PD days. So
And where has that, and now I'm thinking about logistics, where has that been done at, and will you have the,
we did it at the college, Central College, whatever they call it, Middle College.
so will you have the ability to do that at the innovation campus, or will that continue at the middle college?
We could probably use both. We have the facility to rent rooms or book rooms at both sites. So
And also, interim superintendent James has mentioned that Adult Ed is the only school that still has labs with desktops that are very, very useful to learn certain skills instead of a Chromebook or a laptop. So we want to continue being the place where our staff also gets some PD and training.
Thank you. Thank you for that. So a component of your campus or a component of your school will need, or somewhere on the campus that's usable, this lab where you have these computers.
And we have already identified the space, which we are fortunate it's in the, towards the back, right? Towards the theater. In the layout itself, it's
in the new layout,
a new layout.
it's over in our office space is in the bottom, the whole bottom of it. We're building B. So it's in the corner of building B is where we'd like to have it. Right now, we're working with trying to figure out how to put a computer lab in there when it wasn't actually planned. So that's some of our thoughts of where we'd like to have it, but we have to figure out how we can do that.
And we also have the ability to use P1, 2, and 3, which will always be hopefully available and for us to grow, as there's many, many things that seem like they're coming all at once.
Right, because growing seems to mean that we not only serve our district, but potentially have the ability to serve the educators or those folks that are interested in education that live in this area. They'll have a location, because getting around,
Yes.
at certain times in the evenings or whenever these opportunities present themselves, having these locations around the Bay Area are going to be critical, especially looking to meet the needs of the educator system employment challenges that we're all facing. So it sounds like that is an opportunity for scale or growth if we're able to provide educator services to the region. I don't know what our other school districts or adult eds are doing around here, but if there is a value add that can be revenue generating and helping us sustain our system, it makes sense for us to be able to look at that.
And Superintendent Jordan always reminds me about connecting families and giving the opportunity to parents. And that also takes the #1 challenge that people have in this community, and it is childcare. So as we are working towards the Career Training Center, we would like to also have a space for childcare and the training part, and also the independent studies piece. So it's all holistic and people don't have to be running around from one place to the other.
Thank you. Any
And-
comments, questions from Superintendent?
Oh, I have a question. As far as the computer lab goes, and we talked about the state with the testing and using desktop computers. Have you received or contacted the state to find out when they plan to evolve so that it's not a requirement that our testing is done on desktop computers?
So at the moment, all state tests, the majority of the state tests require certain size of desktop. And we are looking into, no, we're not looking into, we are taking P1 as our testing center where we can not only provide the para-pro, but also the high set. And we want to start opening that testing center to be able for others to be able to take state tests that are not related to the high set or para-pro. So becoming more like an open testing site.
What we have found is the testing that we use for the high school diploma program. We used to do GED, and when they got bought out, they only went straight to computer testing. There was no other option for any of our students. Since we're affiliated with the corrections and you know they can't have computers in there, we needed to have something that we could do both modalities, either paper-based or computer-based. So we went with HiSET, and that the state owned that at the time. They have since sold that to a company called PSI. It has not been a smooth transition. So with that being said, I don't see or foresee in the near future that they would change what their qualifications are and what they are testing on. They're working through just trying to figure out how to get invoices sent and find people in the system, because they took everyone from ETS that held this database. ETS sold it and they converted it all over to PSI.
And ETS is the Educational Testing
Yes,
Services.
yes.
So with that being said, when our proctor or our test examiner goes into the system and tries to find them, if they haven't registered a student in there now with from ETS to PSI, then that creates a whole nother mess. So we don't see them changing that in the near future. So that's why we need the desktops and why we were hoping that at some point we can figure out how to make this. We have one really large classroom that is by our office. So it's nice and convenient for us to be able to walk over there, get everybody situated. And we understand that the campus in the next year or so is going to be impacted as far as the center of the campus. So trying to get over to P1 or P2 and having parking available. So if we have people, 6 people coming to test in the evening, in the wintertime, lighting's not great, parking's not great. So that's going to impact us. So that's why we wanted to make sure that we could try and have at least 12 seats close to our office. But right now, we're not even sure what we're getting as far as data, electrical, to be able to have that set up. So that's been a question that's been going back and forth with Travis. How can we have this work? And so far, we haven't come up with an answer on how to get that. Because having that location right there next to us also helps us when we want to be doing any typing exams for people that are looking for jobs. If you go in and you try and Google someone that does typing exams for jobs, you're not going to find anyone really close. I had people from South San Francisco come to Milpitas on a Friday afternoon because they needed a test done. I've had people from Gilroy come up to get a test done for typing for a job. So that we do a lot of those. So having something close where we can just walk, right there, convenient, we can schedule testing anytime we want to.
But we're not going to stop
No, we won't
testing just
stop.
because we haven't identified the right place for the desktops. That's why we want to keep P1, 2, and 3 for those purposes.
We'll
And
figure it-
we-
yeah.
we figure it out.
We'll figure it out. That's not the thing,
Yeah.
but as far as being short-staffed or figuring out how to do it, if we had some kind of something close to us that we can accommodate a few a few seats or something, then that makes our life easier too. So.
Well, thank you for that.
Thank
And,
you.
I think we have about 2 or 3 more slides
Yes.
and 5 more minutes.
Yes, so real,
I just wanted a clarification. Yeah, both of you keep mentioning desktops, but from a hardware perspective, it doesn't matter if it's a Chromebook, a laptop or desktop. So are you talking about an operating system, meaning more,
yes.
you need a PC with the Microsoft
Correct.
operating system, not the
Yes,
Google
it-
Chrome?
it-
Okay.
the size of the monitor, that is very important.
So, again, I'm looking for clarification because then from a hardware perspective, you could
Yes.
get a laptop that it has the Microsoft operations system that docks with a larger monitor.
Yeah.
Yes.
So,
we would
so
have to-
again,
we'd Have to do something like that, yes.
Okay.
Because we have looked into trying to get a laptop that size. They don't make any laptops with the monitor that big. So that was going to be our next option,
Mm.
is to have monitors that size, but also having the space available where you have to be in a corral. You have to be either on a desktop by yourself or in a corral that no one can see what you're doing. Because
Understood.
you could be doing a math test, they can be doing a math test, same series. Yeah, yes, so you can't be, looking over. But that was one of the other options that we were looking into, is getting smaller laptops with bigger monitors. So
Gotcha. Thank you.
Thank you. So I do want just to go over quickly this slide, because I would like our business service team to support us in the next part of the budget. So as I shared, number 2, we do have an MUSD MAE in the city of Milpitas ARPA funds. I believe they will be coming to us for that amount of 30,000 to start developing the career training center. The South Bay Consortium of Adult Education had excess money, and they invited all the 9 members to write proposals, and the amount of the excess money was $300,000. And Milpitas Adult Education wrote a project for $202,000, and we were awarded $200,000 to add 1 Wednesday class for our school at the Ayers site, and to add specific programs for the correctional facility. This is one-time monies, but I think it's going to be very important, as it can support us in creating more ADA for our programs at corrections, and for also giving more WIOA outcome for our Ayers site, and that is the pre and the post testing.
Well, anytime that you can make Wendy smile and nod, I mean,
No.
that inspires the board, that kind of, so thank you for that. Good job
Thank
on
you.
both of those projects.
These are the many things that the consortium does in the tiers of priority, but I wanted us to focus on number 2, which is the South Bay Consortium of Adult Education, called seat number 27 at the Santa Clara County Reentry Networks network, where we meet with the supervisors, with Cindy Chavez and many others, and we are seat 27 representing education.
David, would you mind scrolling to the budget?
Right, so here showing on the screens is adult education's latest budget for this school year. And it's presented by site. So on the second column is the error site. And then third column, the green column is the correctional site. And then on the last column to the right of the screen is the total of the two. So one of the reason or the difference between two sites is you can see for the air sites, their funding is based on mainly is from the federal revenue, which is the WIOA. Juliana mentioned earlier, this is the Title II, that's the federal funding. And then for the state revenue, that is through the consortium. And it is different where the correctional facilities, the state revenue is based on attendance and COLA. So the difference between second interim and here we are at estimated actuals is their ADA increase in the correctional facilities. At second interims where we had the P1 ADA, it was at 122 attendance. And at P2, their attendance has increased more than half to 369 ADA, which causing their funding increased by 428,000 in revenue. So here you can see also under local revenues is their adult education fee revenues and also some other local grants and interest. So for adult ed budgets, 90% of their budget goes to salary and benefit. So here at the end of this fiscal year, they will have a $2 million of ending fund balance carry over to next fiscal year.
I think you mentioned some of the funding is like 2 years behind or from that standpoint. And so the ending fund balance helps kind of balance that until we get that reimbursement basically for the funding.
Correct. Yes. And that's the correctional facilities.
Thank you, Shani. And actually during the COVID years when we were held with no harm, we were able to support our budget with the help of the state. Yes. What we have found out, and we will not have the numbers for the 23-24 yet, is that because last year we did not meet our quote for pre and post testing for the WIOA funded, we might be funded 70% and not 100% like we've done in the past. So we have to do a much better job next year in gaining the persistence of our students. And that is one of the reasons that we're continuing to find and look for what is going on, that our students enroll, they drop, they come back. And again, it is the nature of being an adult, but in this particular case, it is affecting our outcomes for WIO. Some of the things that we want to do to increase revenue moving forward are increasing our classes in ADA. As Director Shani mentioned, we increased in our P2 the ADA. And just because we were given access to larger units at the correctional facility, where instead of having only 20 students, maybe now we have 40. And that is also very important in the ADA counting. We want to make sure again that we increase our WIOA student outcome, which is through persistence, increase the number of graduates and continue to look, increase for fee-based classes and other funds resources. Some of our challenges that we Again, phase are our persistence with our adult learners, the teacher recruitment and CTE credentialing that continues to be at the top of the list of adult ed throughout the state, and the barriers that are the nature of a correctional facility.
So my
Thank you,
first
Reverend.
question is, if you go back a
Yes.
slide, we'll probably take another 10 minutes if that's okay. You skipped over the first one. You went right to
Oh.
2, 3 on the last slide.
Yes,
You mentioned 2, 3, and 4. You didn't mention 1.
our budget at the year and
Yes, as far
corrections,
as
yes.
challenges.
Again, during COVID, when we were held with no harm with the state, we were able to, I think Wendy
Yeah,
could
maybe I'll try
probably
you, yeah.
explain a little bit better
Sure.
that part of COVID and how we recovered.
Yeah. If you recall in our budget update in the past, about 3 years ago, we were actually estimate a deficit overall for adult ed. That means the adult ed needs a general fund contribution, probably $500,000 at a time. And then COVID hit. And because of the hold harmless legislature, it helped the program. That means in during the year, because of the COVID, we couldn't operate the program, but we continue to receive the funding. And that helps us to the program to build the fund balance. So now, as Shani shared, this program combined with air side and the correction side, we have an ending fund balance of 2 million. So this 2 million, I mean, the correctional program still deficit spending because it matters the attendance. If we can have a more, we can have a higher ADA, so it will generate more income, and that will help to reduce the deficit. But right now, the program still deficit spending. But because of the ending fund balance, that will help us still to continue to move forward and to carry on probably for another, I'm thinking maybe another 3 years. And while we're also building our correction program at the correction side, because our ADA used to be over 1,000 at the correction. And now we're 300, right? Yeah.
So was that part of the conversation that we had with the corrections folks in terms of the future of corrections with?
Correct.
Uh,
Yes, it is having more access to students, more access to larger areas and collaborating in their new efforts as well.
and that ties to the initiative that you had mentioned as far as the learning pilot. parent,
Yes,
That.
the
that's the goal.
reunification and becoming the Ayer side also a hub where people that are coming out of the of corrections can also come to us and access the career training center and other opportunities.
What would have been helpful for the board, in my opinion, is that while you list these challenges, you could have started ending with the challenges kind of leaves us on a cliff a little bit. Like, if these are going to be the challenges, did we already hear the solutions that you're proposing to these challenges? Or are these challenges besides the things that you guys have already presented? Because we're ending with challenges before we go to questions. So I'm just kind of thinking about the order of what.
So maybe we could have ended with the how to increase revenue for the adult ed programs instead of the challenges. You're correct. We should have mentioned the challenges and some of the ideas that we have to build our programs back. So we could have ended with this slide that we have right now, how to increase our revenue for our adult ed programs.
Juliana, so at the bottom it says increase fee based. So can you kind of give an explanation? Like,
Yes, so we do have fee-based classes, and some of those can be the CT classes, and also we had Spanish classes, we had yoga classes where members in the community do pay a fee, and that comes to the adult ed fund to the fee-based resource.
Oh, okay. I didn't realize that. Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you. Are there any other questions by board members?
Mm-mm.
Any questions or any comments from cabinet? As you can see, we care about adult ed.
Yes.
We want to know so that we can figure out, because the adult population here matters, and we know that the world is getting smaller, and we need to be able to think about pathways for a variety of reasons for our community. So I just want to say thank you for your efforts and your participation today at the study session.
And we thank you for the opportunity and hope that this repeats at least once a year. And I did bring the latest of the correctional journal that talks about correctional education. I have 4 here that are, we have already read them, if any of you would like to take them. And I also brought some temporary clearances for those who would like to visit the correctional facility. And I will leave them with Scott, and he would help me in bringing them. And thank you always for your support, and we look forward to continuing being part of the MUSD family. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. You will always be part of the MUSD team and family.
With that said, is there a motion to adjourn to
Closed session?
closed session?
Motion to adjourn.
We have a motion to close to adjourn the closed session. Is there a second?
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Scott, roll call.
So that was to review and approve the closed session agenda.
Yes.
Okay. Board member Jung,
Yes.
board member Naka,
Yes.
board clerk Yip Chuan,
Yes.
board vice president Yo,
Yes.
and board president Yip Chuan.
Yes.
Passes unanimous.
You said board president Yip Chuan.
I thought
You
I-
said board president Yip Chuan.
It's been a long
I
few
know,
days.
I just
Board
said yes, Scott.
president Norwood.
I just said yes. I was like, yes. And I was like.
I thought I heard my name.
"You Yip Chuan."
I almost did that before. My apologies, President
No worries.
Chris
We're good.
Norwood.
During the closed session.
Sapamaga takita tadi mitakita tadi midirana. Sapamaga takita tadi mitakita tadi midirana.
Is there a student board member sighting? Is that what's down there? Is that there's a student board member sighting we have? That's awesome. Thank you for being here. Well, good evening, Milpitas. I'm your 2023 Board President, Chris Norwood. Welcome to this meeting of the Milpitas Unified School District Board of Education. We appreciate your attendance and participation in our education proceedings, which aligns with the guidelines set forth by the Ralph M. Brown Act for Open Meetings. Tune into our hybrid style meetings online on either Zoom or YouTube or in person inside our very own boardroom held at Randall World Languages School. Public comments can be made while you're logged on to Zoom, or if you're in person. YouTube, however, is a listen-only option. If you're unable to do either of these, please visit our written public comments webpage for instructions on how to submit your written comment. I will tell you that it's never good to eat milk duds before you're about to talk. For our virtual audience, you will see the instructions for public comment on your screen. Our communication specialist will briefly go over them. For our in-person audience, please go to the podium when you are called on. Instructions for both are listed on each agenda. There are copies available at the back of the table of our agendas. 1 2-minute public comment per person is allowed for each item. Our communication specialist will take it from here.
Thank you so much, President Norwood. So yes, for our audience members here at Randall, there's a table in the back over there with green speaker cards. If you'd like to make a public comment, just fill those out, hand them to me, and I'll relay those over to our board president. For our online audience, you need to register on the Zoom platform to be able to make a public comment. You will see a hand icon by your name to indicate your request. We will call on the names in the order they are received. Listen for your name and we will tell you when your audio has been activated. You'll have 2 minutes to make your public comment. When it is your turn, you will see a timer counting down. And finally, we just ask that you please be patient. The board president will call on any public comment at the appropriate time. Members of the public may address the board on any subject that does not appear on tonight's agenda. However, provisions of the Brown Act Government Code 54954.2a and .3 preclude any action. As an unagendized item, no response is required from the board or district staff, and no action can be taken. However, the board may instruct the superintendent to agendize the item at a future board meeting. Please note that the Brown Act Government Code Section 54954.3 prohibits members of the board in commenting or engaging in discussion during the public comment portion of the agenda, except when seeking clarification on a point made by the speaker, provide a reference to staff members for factual information, or request a staff member to report back to the board on any matter at a subsequent meeting. We do offer special accommodations at our board meetings. If you do need a special accommodation, please contact the superintendent's office at least 2 business days in advance, and we'll see what we can do. Our meetings are broadcast live and streamed on both Zoom and YouTube, and they are recorded. All recordings are posted on our district website, www.musd.org. We have live transcription available in the Zoom function. You'll click the closed captioning icon and the live transcription will appear on your screen. Finally, if there are any late additional documents that did not appear on the agenda, those are public records and available upon request. And back to you, President Norwood.
Thank you, Scott. Are there any closed session announcements?
In closed session, the board approved the superintendent's recommendation for the position of a certificated manager, director of special education and student services with a vote of 4-0. In closed session, the board approved the superintendent's recommendation for the position of a classified manager, supervisor, behavioral intervention, and student support with a vote of 4-0. Thank you.
Thank you, Board Member Naka. Scott, roll call for our student board reps.
Okay. Milpitas High School Student Board Rep Sharma.
Here.
Middle College High School Student Board Rep Bhakta.
Here.
And let me see if our Student, and our student board rep from Cal Hills, Ariana Rocha, is not here at the moment.
Okay. We can check. It's got, I believe this is the second meeting in a row for our Cal Hills rep. If we can check with the principal to see if everything is okay, that'd be great.
No problem, President Norwood.
Thank you. At this time, is there a motion to approve the open session agenda?
Move to approve.
Is there there's a motion, is there a second?
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Scott, because we have board member Jung attending remotely per, was that AB
2449.
2449, we have to do a roll call vote.
That is correct. Board member Jung,
Yes.
board member Naka,
Here.
that would be a yes or no?
Yes.
Yes. All right. Board clerk Yip Chuan,
Yes.
board vice president No,
Yes.
and board president Norwood.
Yes. Item 13, comments from the public.
We have to do the flags first. Yeah. Did I?
Thank you for that. Flag salute.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Cadet Petty Officer Tran Madden, and joining me today are Cadet Petty Officers Verma and Mendoza, as well as Cadets Stone and Mingo, Chirong, and Pham, as well as our Unit Executive Officer, Cadet Lieutenant Junior Grade Vo. And we're here representing the NJROTC unit at Milpitas High School. Please rise, remove your hats and hoods, and join us in the flag salute. Ready? Begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. You may be seated.
So I'm gonna clap. So thank you, MHS NJROTC. We'll tell you, Lieutenant Jackson, you keep raising the bar on our opening ceremony and our flag salute, and our expectations we're not being disappointed by what you are producing and the hard work that the students have at Milpitas High School and the rebirth and the revival of the NJROTC program. So thank you for your committed service, and thank you, students, for willing to take your time after school during this final season to present at our board meeting. We truly appreciate it. Item 14, MUSD. Any other board members want to comment? Okay, item 14, MUSD strategic goals. We'll go to the left and executive cabinet.
President Norwood, I hate
Yes,
to do
Scott.
this, but
Comments from
now-
the public.
Now are your comments from you guys?
I got so excited. I was ready to go.
It
Okay.
was
So
great.
comments from the public. I have anybody online, Scott?
We have no hands raised online. I do have a written public comment, but let's do the.
Okay. I do have a speaker card here, Tien Vo. Tianve.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Cadet Lieutenant Junior Grade Vo. I'm the Executive Officer of the NCRTC here at Milpitas High School. All right. I want to personally thank you I want to personally thank you for always showing support to the program. And behind me is the next year's staff in which we hope we all work together to make the NCRTC great for the years to follow. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Like that right here. Thank you, Mr. Norwood, and thank you to the school board.
Thank you. Scott, are there any additional public comments?
Yeah, I have one written public comment. It comes from Ani Mahajan of Monte Court in Milpitas with children at Sinnott Elementary. It is regarding independent study in 2023-24 school year. I heard about a new rule where IS cannot be taken in conjunction with a school break, Thanksgiving, winter, etc. How can I obtain a copy of this rule? I understand the purpose of it. However, this will impact the majority of MUSD student families and their valuable family bonding opportunities. Can the board consider alternatives which wouldn't penalize all families? For example, if independent study work is not submitted, then the board could enforce some monetary penalty or ask for a refundable deposit while taking IS. Alternatively, what are ways that one could get an exception from this rule? And that's the only written public comment for today.
Thank you. Now we can move on to the strategic goals. Awesome.
All right. Strategic goal number 1, build a culture of we that includes all parents, staff, caregivers, and learners in order to have the best possible educational experience for all.
What's it?
I ad-libbed.
Yeah. Number 2, improve communication systems for better outreach to parents, students, and the staff.
Number 3, develop educational pathways that allow students to apply their passion in learning for their future careers.
Focus services and support systems to ensure that all students are engaged in their learning and are making social, emotional, and academic gains.
And finally, identify creative student-focused strategies to accommodate enrollment growth and ensure healthy learning environments.
Thank you, Executive Cabinet. Item 15, Superintendent's Report.
Thank you, President Norwood. We are moving things around a little bit today, so I'm going to start with the state of the district. Only 2 more times after this to report on COVID. Very excited about that. So as you can see in Santa Clara County, it continues to be a medium as we look at the water samples in the county. And since the last reporting of May 9th, there are 20 additional students and 3 additional staff members who have COVID. And all tests are available at school or district office and are available for learners and their families. Now for the fun stuff. On Saturday, we had our Milpitas Elementary Olympics, and I have some stats for you. There were about almost 640 student competitors, and those competitors trained over 200 hours with their PE paraprofessionals at each of our 10 schools, and each of the 10 elementary schools had a elementary Olympic team, and each team had anywhere from 20 to probably about 70 competitors. There were over 200 medals that were earned by our competitors that day. We started very early in the morning at 7:45 and ended just about shy of 5 o'clock. And that represents about 60 plus planning hours by staff and volunteers. And speaking of staff and volunteers, we had almost 100 volunteers, including staff, high school students, parents, community, caregivers. And we also had over 1,000 family and community members who were engaged, who were our cheerleading section. And we had about $16,000 raised for sponsorships. And while the cost of the event was $20,000, it was still paid for completely by sponsors because we had approximately $9,000 carryover from 2019 Milpitas Elementary Olympics. And it was a wonderful event. It was the first time back since 2019, and we were led by Mr. Scott Forstner, who took it on, along with the support of Director Raquel Kusunoki, who had been doing it for the previous years. And I know that there were some challenges that they worked through and ways that people have suggested for improvement for the coming year. But even with all of that, it was still an outstanding day. There were parents, as board members shared in social feeds, who were posting pictures of their kids and reminiscing about how they had received medals when they were in MUSD at the Milpitas Elementary Olympics. And as President Norwood pointed out that morning, it was a tradition that began in 1974 and will continue for years to come. So I thank all of you who participated, and I see a number of our teams here very excited and anxious to hear who the overall team winners are. Mr. Forstner.
Okay, I'd just like to preface it by saying that all of the 10 elementary schools won medals, gold, silver, and bronze.
Nice.
So every school was on the podium for a gold, silver, and bronze medal. I'm going to give you the top 3, starting with the 3rd place overall team champion. In 3rd place with 5 gold, 10 silver, and 13 bronze medals was Sinnott Elementary School. In 2nd place with 11 golds, 6 silvers, and 5 bronze, for a total of 78 cumulative points, was Pomeroy Elementary School. And the inaugural overall school points champion with 14 golds, 13 silvers, and 13 bronze for a cumulative of 122 points, Kirtner Elementary School.
That's 2 years in a row. We have Amanda and everybody come up.
Are we going up there? Yeah.
Students.
So as much as I was invested in this event, I'll say the kids were very invested as well, asking to practice during PE and after school. They put a lot of time towards this and it showed. So I'm really happy and proud of them. And I want to thank the parents for making it possible, for letting them do this event. I want to thank the teachers for letting me pull them out of class to try out and practice. And my coworker, Shani, my principal, and AP. So thank you guys.
Thank you, coaches. Thank you, everybody. If we could all take a seat. Mr. Forster, was there an overall relay or is that?
So Amanda was holding, Kurtner is also the two-time defending team relay champion. And then Kurtner is the inaugural first-year champion of the overall schools. And both of them are perpetual trophies. Each year, all 10 schools vie to those or one or both of those trophies at their schools.
Thank you. Next, I want to recognize that this is the beginning of Classified Employee Week. And in Milpitas Unified, each of our classified employee team members is also an educator. And they make a great difference in the lives of our learners, just as much as everybody else. In fact, I was thinking about them today and all of the different classified team members who have been with me along my career path, going way back to Mary Jane Roberts, Alice Woodrow, Joseph Amacio, who were the custodian and 2 secretaries for Russell Middle School when I was there. And they were always looking out for me as a new teacher intern. So there are many, many people who make such a difference like that, who are part of our classified team members. And I want to thank them for the work that they do in creating our culture of we. Next, I would like to ask Mr. Forstner for our video on our MUSD. We are MUSD.
Yeah, we have our We Are MUSD video spotlight series. We are going to be featuring Sinnott Elementary School PE para Mary Gray.
I work with 1st through 3rd grade here at Sinnott, and our days are pretty structured. I see each class 2 days a week. We always come out, we start with stretches, we usually do a run. We're really working on our endurance this year. And after we do that, usually the first day of the week, we do a skill-based activity, such as, for example, today we're finishing up our throwing, underhand tosses and overhand throws. And then the second time they come out, I usually implement a game that uses the skills that we worked on the first day of the week. I've always been an outdoors person, and even though I grew up loving sports, I just think movement is something that a lot of these younger generation is really missing. So what I love in my job is just introducing them to new things, not necessarily sports-based, but just moving their bodies. So knowing that play is exercise. So usually when I see them on the first of the week, we talk about what they did this weekend moving, whether it was walking their dog or playing on the playground or swimming, things that they enjoy to move, get their heart rate elevated a little bit. That is what I love seeing with the students, just their joy and sharing with me ways that they move during the week. But school is more than just academics. And I even with my own children, just teaching them being a well-balanced individual. And that's what I love seeing when they come out for PE. It's something new for them. So kids who might be struggling in the classroom can come out here and feel good and confident and get good self-esteem through something else. And I just really love seeing that in the kids, their growth and their enthusiasm in just achieving new things, trying new things, challenging themselves. We are MUSD.
And next up, we have our video resolutions. The first one is about our classified employees. And the second one is in recognition and honor of Asian American Pacific Islander Month.
Okay, let's see. First one, Resolution 2023.35, declaring the week of May 21 to 27, 2023 as Classified School Employee Week. And we got some Rose Elementary kiddos for this one.
Resolution 2023-35, declaring the week of May 21st to 27, 2023 is a Classified School Employee Week in Milpitas Unified School District.
Whereas the education of our youth is imperative to our society, state, nation, and world.
Whereas classified employees in our school districts and community colleges are the backbone of our public education system, and
whereas the classified school employees of Milpitas Unified School District provide efficient and effective support and ancillary services that are central ingredients to excellent teaching, sound administration, and high student achievement, and
whereas classified school employees are rarely in the spotlight but are always central to the activities of our schools, serving with professionalism and dedication and setting a high standard for care and compassion.
Whereas many classified school employees serve as paraprofessionals, providing direct assistance to certified staff in the classroom and giving students the individual attention and support they need to succeed academically. And
whereas other classified employees perform vital clerical, transportation, food service, office support, and many other functions that without local school sites, district offices, and county offices could not operate, and without which many students would not receive important educational and health-related services. And
whereas even as our system of public education depends on classified employees to serve students and staff, they often work in challenging circumstances and with diverse talents and true dedication continue to nurture our students and support their colleagues.
now therefore be it resolved that the Milpitas Unified School District do hereby honor the contributions of classified school employees to quality education in Milpitas and recognize this week of May 21 to 27, 2023 as Classified School Employee Week, an opportunity to pay homage to appreciate, and to empathize the importance of these valued members of Milpitas Unified School District's educational teams. Especially during these unusual times, may this week serve as a reminder that every employee is needed to unite and embrace our community of Milpitas.
Heritage Month resolution.
Yep. For this one, we had our Asian American Association students at Milpitas High School put it together.
Whereas Asian/Pacific encompasses all the Asian continent and Pacific islands of Melanesia, Micronesia, and Polynesia, and
whereas in June 1977, Representatives Norman Y. Mineta of California and Frank Horton of New York introduced a U.S. House of Representatives resolution declaring the first 10 days of May to be Asian Pacific Heritage Week. And
whereas the following month, a similar bill was introduced to the Senate by Daniel Inouye and Spark Matsuganda from Hawaii. Both were passed on October 5, 1978. President Jimmy Carter signed a joint resolution designating the annual celebration. And
in 1990, President George H.W. Bush signed a bill passed by Congress to extend the week-long celebration to a month-long celebration. In 1992, the official designation of May as Asian Pacific American Heritage Month was signed into law.
Whereas in 2009, President Barack Obama, in the annual presidential proclamation designating May as Asian Pacific American Heritage Month, noted the hardships faced by Asian Pacific Americans, such as unjust working conditions, racial prejudice, exclusion from U.S. citizenship and immigration, and internment.
President Obama also noted the contributions Asian Pacific Americans have made throughout America's history, particularly in the fields of railroad development, fair labor practices, agriculture, art, literature, science, and technology.
Whereas countless Asian Pacific Islanders who have made their marks in various fields, such as labor organizer Larry Itliong, civil rights activist Jerry Kochiyama, author Amy Tam, martial artist and actor Bruce Lee, journalist Connie Chung, politician Dalip Singh Sand, and war hero turned politician Daniel Inouye.
Presidential Medal of Freedom recipient Gordon Hirabayashi, Super Bowl champion Hines Ward, MLB great Ichiro Suzuki, Freedom House founder Jada Im, aeronautical engineer Kalpana Chawla, Olympic medalist Michelle Kwan, District Court Judge Sri Srinivasan, astronaut Sunita Williams, and designer Vera Wang, and
Whereas, also in 2009, President Barack Obama called on all Americans to educate themselves and others to learn about the history, including the discrimination and hardships Asian Pacific Americans have faced and the contributions made to American society through appropriate programs and activities.
Whereas May was chosen to commemorate the immigration of the first Japanese to the United States on May 7, 1843, and to mark the anniversary of the completion of the Transcontinental Railroad on May 10, 1869. The majority of the workers who laid the tracks were Chinese immigrants.
Now, therefore be it resolved that the governing board of the Milpitas Unified School District joins other communities and school districts in our nation in celebrating May as National Asian/Pacific American Heritage Month.
Passed and adopted by the Milpitas Unified School District Board of Education at a meeting held on May 23, 2023 by the following votes.
Thank you, Mr. Forstner, and later under action items, we'll ask the board to take action on those resolutions. I would like to recognize our parent-teacher associations, parent-teacher student associations, and parent-teacher organizations for the immense contributions you make every day and throughout the year as support for us in our schools and in the district and in the community. And before we recognize each school, and we will ask each school's PTA to come up with their staff members who are here so that we can have individual school pictures and then one picture with everybody. Before we do that, I would like to ask President Norwood to say a few words, and then I'll invite our Milpitas PTA District Council President Jerry Campos and Vice President David Flashner to say a few words, and then we will begin with our pictures.
Well, thank you, Superintendent Jordan. As we all know, that in order for our public education system to run successfully, besides our teachers, or including our teachers, our classified employees, our administrators, our executive team, and the board, our PTA, our parent-teacher organizations, our parent-teacher associations are vital to the success of our schools. They do a wide variety of things in terms of how they support our teachers, how they build community, and most importantly, care and look out for the students. We're always honored to recognize them and the work that they do on behalf of the Milpitas Unified School District, because without you, we would not have a culture of we. The parents, again, the parent-teacher organizations are vital to our success. We thank you for the time that you spend, late nights. We thank you for the fundraising opportunities. We thank you for when you bring things to the attention of our principals and our teachers as well, because we know that each of you cares deeply and you spend your volunteer time on behalf of the children that we serve. So thank you again for your efforts, and today we are recognizing you once again for the success that the Milpitas Unified School District has because of you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. I think I would know how to use it. thank you so much, Superintendent Jordan and Board President Norwood and the rest of the trustees for recognizing our PTAs and PTOs. Our PTAs and PTOs play such a critical role, as you were saying, Board President Norwood, in helping our students, our teachers, and our staffs at all of our various schools. And I also want to thank all of our PTA volunteers, our board officers, everybody that has stepped up and really, out of COVID, taken the leap to volunteer at school. We're all busy parents, and just thank you again for taking the time to all of our parents that have volunteered. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay, I would like to have the board and cabinet up, and I will call up each school to come for your certificate and also a photo. So first we will begin with our Milpitas Inclusive PTA, and for those of you who are unaware of what that means, our Milpitas Inclusive PTA is made up of parents, teachers, staff members who are interested in assuring that all of our students who are neurally diverse or who have other challenges and require special education services, that they too are recognized in this wonderful community of support. So if I could have our president and vice president of the Milpitas PTA, are they online? Oh, David, okay. And also Executive Director Mary Ju Dorpinghouse, because you helped to lead this. So if we could have everybody together. Next is our Calaveras Hills PTA. And our Burnett PTA. Our Kirtner PTA, I know we have Kirtner here. And our Matos PTA. Our Pomeroy PTA. PTA, Padres Unidas. Our Rose PTO. And Senate PTA. Spangler. Weller PTA. Zanker PTA. Rancho. Russell. And Milpitas High School PTSA. Thank you to all of our PTAs. And speaking of PTA, this young lady, Ms. Audrey Shen, is a sixth grader at Zanker, and she won the National PTA competition for performing arts and creative expression. So if we could have Audrey come up. Audrey, do you have your family with you? They could come up too.
Give him your camera.
And also Principal Mia. Audrey's gonna tell us a little bit about her dance.
So first, I would like to thank the MUSD School Board for recognizing me for this award. It's an honor to be here. I'd also like to thank my parents, teachers, and my friends for supporting me throughout this dance journey. And they've helped me grow, and I really enjoy dancing. And I had a lot of fun choreographing this piece, What Are Words? And like I always say, when in doubt, just dance it out.
I love that. Thank you. And for those of you who haven't seen it, you can find Audrey's dance clip on our website. Next, I would like to recognize the Rancho Middle School Girls Who Code Club. They did a fundraiser through Boba Tea and raised $626 for the Milpitas Food Pantry. So if I could have Ms. Karen come up as well.
Hello, everyone. I am Pernika Sadhu. I'm the Girls Who Code president at Rancho, and I would really just like to thank MUSD for giving me the opportunity to do this. I would also like to thank Rancho and Mr. Chu for directing us and helping us go through the entire process of conducting a fundraiser. And I'd really like to thank my team the most, Surabhi and Shri, for supporting me and helping me and, just giving out boba. And thank you so much to our 7th grade rep who couldn't make it here today. And yes, thank you so much, everyone.
I'm Karen Colander, the director of the food pantry, and I was so shocked and amazed when these wonderful young women came in and just totally surprised me. I still have the envelope. It really means a lot to me. I really cherish it. But thank you guys. Thank you so much, and go Bulldogs.
Thank you. And may we have your parents join us too for a photo? And we have our Milpitas High School boys varsity golf team coached by Coach Vito Kangjemi. And if I could have the team come up, and as they're coming up, They have qualified for CCS, also for the Silicon Valley Athletic League, and they are the league champions for El Camino. And Coach, would you say a few words?
You got the timer on? No. Okay. I will, don't worry. First off, thanks for honoring us tonight. It's a privilege to be here. I've had the privilege to be honored here a few times for other sports, for varsity football mainly, but my time with these boys this year and my first year as varsity coach was unbelievable, to say the least. They set the bar high for themselves and finished with an undefeated record of 12-0. Their average margin of victory in each match was by 33 strokes. The depth on this team this year was incredible, and I'd like to thank them all and give them recognition tonight from left over here, Parth Sheth, Nicholas Standridge, Nathan Lin, Kevin Ting, Ray Trang, Thomas Moniz, Yusern Eng, and Ian Choi. Thank you so much, Superintendent Jordan, and congratulations to you too, because I will give you a shout out when it comes to that. To have our state superintendent of the year in our presence is definitely an honor, so everybody give it up for them. And I'm definitely going to recognize the man behind me over my shoulder, Mr. Norwood, who's given us so much love, not just in, all our sports and all athletics, and supporting our kids in academics as well. I tell these to my players all the time. I love that you guys are great athletes, but I want you to be more successful in the most important game you're ever going to play, the game of life. And all you elementary schools that are here tonight, I see you represented, and first and foremost, make sure your kids stay in the public school system, send them to Milpitas. The things they're going to get from there far exceeds, because I will stand on my soapbox right now, we are still the only school that has 2 state football titles of anybody, so. But on a serious note, the academics and everything that they get at Milpitas and everything that I've been there for the last 15 years has far exceeded what I've seen some of the other kids do when they try to go to other schools. So definitely going to keep Milpitas in the limelight because of what they've done and deserve, definitely. And I'll close in this. It's usually a little bit longer because you should see our football banquets. They always put a timer on me on how long I talk. So thank you all for tonight and honoring us, and we really appreciate it. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Coach. Thank you, team. So this one's going to be hard to say with a straight face, as somebody said to me. I would like to invite I would like to invite Diana Orlando, the president of our Milpitas Teachers Association, up for recognition for the tremendous amount of work that she's put into our district for the last 36 plus years, where she began as a teacher in our early childhood education program and then became a science specialist between a couple of schools, Sinnott and Kirtner, I believe, and then became a classroom teacher in Kirtner and then finished in Pomeroy, where she taught first and second grade looping with them. And this past year has served our whole district really well as a coach. But more importantly, throughout the years, she has been a person who has led with both heart and mind. And she is a person who's candid, spirited, leader with commitment, a lot of compassion, very family oriented, and MUSD is her family. And she's raised her family with us. And she's going to be somebody who is remembered for years to come. She has made, as I said earlier, an impact. She's been a part of leading the Teachers Association since her third year of teaching, so that's well over 30 years. And she is a person who has continued the legacy of some very important people before her in assuring that our district is one that always has positive relationships between our teaching staff and our management and leadership staff. She is a person who embodies what it means to lead in a culture of we. We may not always agree, but we're always willing to come to the table and talk things through and figure it out. And she's, I got the pleasure of meeting her when I was a principal at Pomeroy, where she helped me to lead there. And then through HR and more recently as superintendent, especially in one of the most difficult times of anybody's life through COVID, where we had really hard decisions to make, and she was there to help us all come through this together. And so, as I said, Diana, as I said earlier, in the week when Diana's family had a celebration for her, that Diana is a person who many people describe as having a huge heart and a lot of love, and that's because she both receives and gives it very freely. And Diana, you will be, I'm not going to say missed, because we will see you, and as I said, you have a lasting legacy and what it means to be a part of Milpitas Unified School District. So the board and cabinet and I would like to present you with this recognition and with this memento. And as you're coming up, I would like to ask the president and the other trustees as well as cabinet members if they have anything to say.
Diana. I heard so many amazing stories of this woman, amazing teacher, amazing negotiator, an amazing individual, superwoman, super mom. There's no one like her. Cannot find anyone who's going to fill her shoes. You left behind a legacy, and I got the honors to work with you my last 5 years, and you're going to be missed a lot. I wish, I had the opportunity to work with you more and longer, and I wish my children also, went through the school and had you as a teacher as well, because I've heard so many amazing, wonderful things, and like I said, I have the honors to at least know you and work with you for the short time.
Well, Diana, you're one of a kind. You truly are. And it's funny to talk about the legacy that you're following, but you've impacted so many in this district, from students, colleagues, leaders, and so much more in the community. So you have an impact that's going to last longer than you think. And thank you so much for really pushing the district and helping the district with all the children, right? Again, thank you so much.
Diana, I have not known much about you. I've not got an opportunity for working with you for a long, long time, but how much ever I have known you, you're an amazing individual with a gold heart, with, I'm falling short of words. The way you mentor, the way you leave behind the legacy, you're legendary. You will be known in the school district of MUSD historically. Thank you so very much for all your efforts, for your incessant commitment and commendable efforts that you have made to make a difference in each and every one of us in the school district. MUSD owes you. Kudos to you. Thank you, Diana. We wish you all the very best in your future. And we'll see you around, so I'll not miss you. Thank you.
Ms. Jordan kind of talked about how Miss Orlando was a teacher at Pomeroy for 1st and 2nd grade. And 12 years ago, I was a 1st grader at Pomeroy Elementary, and Miss Orlando was my teacher. I entered the school system with not knowing how to read, having a Lexile score of 0. And now I'm a week and a half away from graduation, and I'm going to UC Santa Cruz. And I don't think that would have been possible without Miss Orlando helping me to sound out my A's and my vowels, and helping me to understand that there's value in every single person in the classroom. And I don't know, I just want to say thank you, and for being one of the best 1st and 2nd grade teachers that I could have had.
Well, Diana, first of all, from the first time I got involved in public education, and we sat down outside of Pete's Coffee, and you told me about what you expected from board members that the association would respect, appreciate, and at times endorse. Your endorsement or the association's endorsement wasn't guaranteed, and you explained to me that this is an ongoing opportunity for me to grow, for the school district to grow, and then also for the quality of education that we would provide and the way that we would treat educators as well as classified employees. As those lessons and those conversations and those early mornings in your classrooms and the tears and the concerns for the future of the district will always be with me. I'll always be grateful. I will always continue to uphold the values that you continue to instill in me with the fellow board members and wherever I go in the Milpitas Unified School District. You always tell us about you want teachers to be able to do their job, and you will make sure on the association side they will be held accountable if the district took care of what they were supposed to do to make sure that they were being taken care of. So that is never going to leave the culture of this district. So that's some of the things that my fellow board members spoke about. And just recently, I was approached by the Red Hat Society, and the Red Hat Society said, we have an award for one of your educators. And I said, I know exactly which educator that is going to go to. So we have this amazing that belongs to you from the Milpitas, the Santa Clara County Milpitas Red Hat Society. It's very heavy, so you gotta hold on to that.
You guys go first, I'm not ready.
I'll go, Diana. As your CBO, I know, we normally, when we talk about numbers and budget, we don't see eye to eye most of the time. But with that mutual respect, I really appreciate you. And I started with the district in 2008. And at the time, we had some financial storms, and we were able to weather through and collaboratively. And every time when Diana asked the sharp or some straightforward, harsh budget questions, she would always say, Wendy, don't take this personal. This is just, but I just wanted to know, but I will miss that. So, yeah.
Diana, I'm so grateful to have started working in Milpitas while you were still MTA president. I think one of the most beautiful moments at your celebration was when I think it was Nicole asked people to stand up if they had been mentored by you. Almost every single person in that room stood up, and that's unique. It wasn't just teachers, it was administrators, it was district leaders who are brand new, like me. So to be able to stand up and say, yes, I have not just collaborated, but felt mentored, felt supported by the MTA president, that speaks so deeply to your character and to who you are as a person. And I very, very quickly learned that you lead with students first, and that's what you care about, and you will work with anybody who's also leading with that lens. So thank you for that opportunity.
Student first, always. No matter what we're tackling, student first. And I think the testament was just down at the end down there. There's not much more we can say than to hear those words from somebody from 12 years ago. So remember, every single kid who went through your class, every one of us that worked with you, that legacy everyone's talking about, it extends far and far beyond, because you think you're one candle, but you've lit the light for many, many people. And for that, we're very, very grateful. So thank you for your partnership through the ups and downs, and for lighting the candles and leading the way and making such a difference in so many kids' lives.
I know. So everybody here has a cell phone, and you probably have Diana's number on your phone. Diana knows so much about the community of Milpitas and our families and our teachers and support staff that if I needed help with something, I didn't hesitate to call her. But more often than not, she was calling me, Jonathan, I need to talk to you right now. It's like, okay. And when Diana talks to you, you listen, and you listen with intent and with care, because she's really thinking about our students, and she's thinking about the care of our employees. And you know, when I first got here, I told Diana, I enjoy working with our associations, and I never do gotchas. And she was the same way. So we agree to disagree on a lot of things, but more often than not, we did agree. And Diana and I know things you guys will never know because we had to have those talks. And you've just been a partner for me and Damon and our team during COVID. We spoke more than we did to our spouses just to get through this horrendous time and to ensure that our employees were safe and cared for. And it went on for hours, but it was great work because you always put our students and our staff first in front of everybody. And if you've ever had a chance to go see Diana teach, the joy that's in her heart, it was not easy this year to leave the classroom to do the great work for the association, but her joy has always been with the students, and you made me cry as you were talking because you don't get to see the kids after they leave you, and then they come back, and then you're reminded, this is why we do what we do. And so you're gonna be missed more than you know, and people say, oh, you're gonna see her that much. No, you're not. She just got an RV. She's gonna be traveling all over the place with her significant partner, Dave, over there, and she gets to drive, he said, so that's just the way it is. But that makes sense, right? Because she is the driver, right, for MUSD. You drive us to be our best, and you make us all better people, and I know I'm a better person because of you.
I. Mira, you were an amazing student. I don't know what you're talking about. She worked hard, and you're going to do amazing things, and I am so proud of you and that whole class and every student I've ever had. The one biggest joy of education or teaching is when the student gets that aha moment, and I saw it in Mira. And the one thing about looping, if you don't know what looping is you take them from one grade level to the next. So I got them for 2 years. That aha moment is what brings teachers the biggest joy. When you're struggling and you're trying to find how to get to that kid, how to get them to know their long A versus short A, it's hard and it's frustrating sometimes, but it is the biggest reward. Teaching intermediate is great, but I always loved the primary kids the best. And to all of you, I have no words, really. We don't always agree, even with Cheryl. Chris and I have had our head-to-heads, but we hug at the end and we go home and we're friends. I have respect for you. What we do is not easy. What you guys do at the district office is even harder, I think, sometimes. I think what we need to always remember is where we started, and that's the classroom. Can't forget that. That's the most important place. Yes, I defend my teachers. Yes, I make sure due process. I make sure we get raises, all of that kind of stuff with my team. I'm a team. But we always remember students because that's why we're here and that's why we went into this profession. I love Milpitas. It's my second home. Like she said, I brought my children here from Cupertino Union School District, which is pretty unheard of. But I have 2 college graduates and one that's 2 semesters away. I have made lifelong friends. I have gone through hell and back with some of these people in my personal life and their personal lives, but we stuck together. COVID was hell for all of us, but we did it. We stuck together as a team. Long days, long nights of meetings and talking on the weekends, but we did it. And I hope we made you as a community proud of us as a unified use school district. I will miss teaching. I will miss my friends and colleagues. I won't miss the 5:45 a.m. alarm. And I will be around if someone allows me. To my principal friends that are here, keep up the hard work. You all bust your butts. And sometimes I'm not the nice union president who has to tell you you did something wrong or whatever, but I admire you and I respect you, and thank you for leading our staffs, because without you, there's nothing. And one of you that's in here is one of my best friends. I love you dearly. I am so proud of the principal you are, Deanna. Keep rocking it, girl. I'm gonna watch you become a superintendent of the state.
I like that. Can we have all of our staff members come up for a picture?
Hurry up, you guys wanna go home.
And while they're coming up, I just want you to know that this is fragile. It has glass and it has a lot of butterflies on it because the butterflies represent many lives that you've transformed over the years. And we're going to take a little break for a reception with nothing but cake. Thank you, everybody, for the opportunity for us to celebrate our MTA president, lifelong teacher, Diana Orlando. And now, welcoming to the MUSD family and team, I would like to invite Mr. Jeff Wise and introduce him to the board and community. He will be our new Director of Special Education and Student Services beginning July 1. And Mr. Weiss comes to us after nearly 20 years of, actually, yes, over 20 years of experience as a teacher, high school teacher, a teacher in special schools for students who need special needs and attention. And he has been for the last, since 2018, in Brentwood Union Elementary School District. And he is also a professor. And so he is continuing to stay on top of his craft in the field of special education. And he's excited about coming to Milpitas and expanding his repertoire and also putting to work his skills in building parent and teacher coalitions around providing support to our learners who need something special and different. Mr. Weiss?
Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
And you'll need to make sure you're speaking to the microphone.
Yes, I will. Thank you. Thank you so much, Superintendent Jordan, Board of Education, Executive Cabinet. I would just like to thank everyone in the hiring committee for selecting me for this important role in our school district. I am so excited to be here, of course. I'm grateful and honored to join the district and add my experience to the culture of we. Very excited about that idea and participating in that. I'm looking forward to supporting all of our students and staff in an open and accessible way, and I appreciate this opportunity to serve our community. Once again, thank you all so much, and I can't wait to work with everybody. Thank you. Thank you.
And at our next board meeting, I will introduce our new supervisor of behavior intervention and therapy. And that will be Stephanie Diaz, who was with us back in 2007 to 2015 and is returning with more skills and wants to put her leadership to practice here. And in the meantime, our next part is the Executive Cabinet report.
Yes, Executive Cabinet's report.
Okay, I'll go ahead and get started. And I would like to invite up our principal of Kirtner, Mr. Kevin, and the team.
All right, good evening, school board and executive cabinet. I realized that when I was signing up for principal reports, I was a little late to the gates, and I was wondering, why is May so open? So I realized that May is a busy month. I want to, even though it's the end of the month, I was doing a lot of reflecting, and being at Kirtner for the first year, I really feel extremely honored and blessed to be leading a school with such passionate teachers, families, and students. So today I brought a component of our school community. We have our fourth grade teacher and Kirtner's certificated staff of the year, Mary Peck, who will be sharing some information about our newly adopted SEL curriculum, Character Strong. And then we have Tina Nguyen, our PTA president, that's going to be sharing information about how PTA has strengthened and engaged our community. And I also finally have Joanna Jacob, our fifth grade student, who is going to share some information about what it means to her to be able to share her culture with the Kirtner and MUSD. And she'll also be performing a self-choreographed Indian semi-classical dance as well. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Mary Peck, and I'm a fourth grade teacher at Kirtner Elementary School. I'm here to talk about our social emotional learning curriculum that we've been using this year. It's called Character Strong, and each month there's a range of topics such as respect, responsibility, honesty, cooperation, and more. So it starts off with a quote that has to do with the theme of the month, and students turn and talk about it. After, we have a connection game where students build relationships within the classroom. The reason for this is because the activity after usually has to adhere to what the theme is about. And I actually brought in some examples from what we did in class, and I want to show you. So this is supposed to be a flag that represents one group of students in my class. It was for the theme of cooperation, and students basically drew items and things that they felt like represented them on this flag, and I posted this in the classroom. Another activity they did was they had to, during our courage topic, they had to draw a picture of themselves when they are scared or nervous, and they started doing this when we had our MEO coming up and the Curtiners Got Talent. So a lot of the pictures show them shooting a basketball for MEO, and then I have another one where it's a student up on a stage. And what I had students do is pass this around, and it was a moment of vulnerability, so we talked a little bit about that. But after I passed this around to the students, and they had to write a positive, encouraging note to them to make them feel better. This curriculum has been great for teachers because it's easy to follow, and it's very step-by-step, very low prep. And then on top of that, I see that students have been gaining a lot from this curriculum as well, because they've been learning a lot of conflict resolution and emotion regulation. So it has been really great using this, and we just wanted to share a little bit about our social emotional learning curriculum. Thank you.
Good evening, Milpitas Unified School Board members and Milpitas community members. Thank you for inviting us to tonight's board meeting. As the current Curtner PTA president, I'm excited to close the school year with successfully incorporating several community events and programs that have strengthened our community bond. One of the key aspects that has strengthened our community is the unwavering support of our parents, families, teachers, and staff. Not only do we have an overwhelming response to volunteers, but the programs and event ideas and collective efforts will have a long-lasting positive effect to our children and students. The events and programs have opened the doors for collaboration, communication connections. Students and families were brought together to connect on ways to solve math problems, ways to study new subjects, how to keep a good running pace, or creating a new art piece. Throughout the interactions, a lot of positive feedback from our community provided insight that the programs and events provided a catalyst for family connection. Some events and programs that our PTA board has led, such as Curtner Creates, Curtner's Got Talent, Student Entrepreneur Night, Curtner Community Movie Night, Math and Science Olympiad, Odyssey of the Minds, and Kids Run on the Nation, just to name a few. I am so grateful and humbled to be part of this organization alongside an amazing executive team and the Curtner's teachers staff. Thank you so much for having us tonight.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Joanna Jacob, and I'm a 5th grader in Curtner Elementary.
I want your dad to come closer. You don't have to be way back.
He wants to take your picture. So.
He doesn't have to be, Scott, show him where, come around. We don't have to be way back there, Dad. Come on.
I would like to take a moment to express my heartfelt gratitude to Mr. Slavin for inviting me to tonight's school board meeting. It is an honor and privilege to share this cultural experience with you all. The recent Curtner Got Talent show was an extraordinary experience for me and all the participants. The event showcased a variety of performances, from singing and dancing to instrumental performances and magic tricks, and also martial arts and Rubik's Cube solving. It was an unforgettable event that brought us all together. Today, I will be performing an Indian semi-classical dance. I have been learning Bharatanatyam for the past 5 years under the guidance of Guru Srimati Rani Sanil. Bharatanatyam is an Indian classical dance form that includes footwork, graceful movements, expressions, and storytelling. The dance I'm going to perform today is choreographed by myself, Hope you all enjoy. Thank you.
Oh, we can go. No.
Yeah, that's fine.
Sapamagata kita tadi midirana. Sapamagata kita tadi midirana. Sa rigatta bari rigari sa rigatta bari. Sapamaga mama ga mama ga mama ga mama ga paga gari sanisa. Gari sanisa. Donde está mi ante? Say yeah yeah yeah. Tadi midirana, carissa, 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 carigaza, sa carigaza, sa carigaza. C'est comme si, c'est comme ça, ma chérie, la 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 la. Carissa, 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 li babada, li babadisa.
That was truly amazing. And you're only a fifth grader? Is that right? Only a fifth? Wow, truly amazing. And thank you for sharing that piece of your culture. And it was just truly amazing to see the time and effort that you've put in. And I can't say anything else. Trustee Naka, anything else to say?
It's amazing to see the dance forms, various cultures, and I personally can associate with Bharatanatyam. I've been a classical dancer myself. So thank you for that. It's a treat to watch.
Board Member Yipchon?
No, when I saw you perform, I was thinking, wow, Kirtner, Milpitas got talent, Like, that's what, went into my head. And for a fifth grader, wow, I mean, that's all I have to say. It's wow, because you have amazing talent. And thank you for sharing your culture and your dance with us.
I told her personally because I was just so moved how inspiring you are, and that I hope to see you again throughout every year, but especially in 5 more years, because I can only imagine how much more magnificent your dance expression will be. Thank you for sharing yourself with us. Okay. Cabinet members. We'll start down with Assistant Soup of HR, Mr. Brunson.
Thank you, Superintendent Jordan, and just a shout out to Kirtner also, the amazing things that they do at that school with their parent involvement and engagement. I see all in the news and what have you. So congratulations, staff, for being here tonight, and the parents and what you do. And that was just one symbol of the excellence that goes on at your school and all of our schools. If I had a golden buzzer, I would have pressed it. So Senior Awards Night was a week ago, and we got to witness the efforts of our seniors culminating their 13-year experience here. And just grateful to see the staff in our community come together and invest in our youth as they continue their education, their pursuits after high school. I also attended the celebration for our second-year teachers as they get their induction for their professional clear credential, supported by our amazing teachers here and staff so that they can do that. And shout out to Kim DeWin and Raquel Kusunoki for all the work they do behind the scenes to support our teachers as they grow in this profession. And just tomorrow, we get to celebrate our staff throughout the district and each of our school sites in recognizing their years of service and the retirees and our outstanding certificated, classified, and managers across the district. So Milpitas is a special place. We celebrate like nobody else does, and it's just fun to be a part of. Thank you.
I know Kirtner is really representing tonight, the MEO Olympics and dance talent show. Like, you got it going on. Tonight, I wanted to share updates from the Innovation Campus, specifically our collaboration with MHS. Last week, our new high school principal toured the construction site with a hard hat. We also met with a team, MHS teachers, administrators, students, rising 10th graders joined the team. Two of our board members were there, Min No and Chris Norwood, and district leaders. We engaged in a demo with Prisms VR to explore how VR technology might enhance the learning experiences with students by connecting the head and the hand. This was just an opportunity for us to continue our own professional development and think about how we can truly innovate on this new site. One of the areas that President Diana Orlando, has also counseled me is like, Preeti, you've one chance to kind of get it right with this new innovation site. She's smiling back there. But she said that, and she's right. So we are trying to be very intentional about our planning, and so that was a large part of the meeting after we did some of this demoing and looking at, trying to spark our interests. And so we laid out our expectations for planning time, committee membership, what perspectives are really important to have there, and what is the professional learning we want to engage in ourselves. And now Superintendent Jordan and I are working to secure grant funding to support these next steps, but really leading with the vision of the planning committee. So thank you.
Thank you, Executive Director Preeti Johari, and now Executive Director Mary Jude Dorpinghouse.
In addition to it being Asian Pacific Heritage Month, it's also May is Better Hearing and Speech Month. And so this is an opportunity for us to highlight communication disorders and the great work that our speech language pathologists do in our world that make such changes in the lives of so many. And the theme for this month this year is building a strong foundation. And I just want to put out a shout out to our 17 speech language pathologists who are laying that foundation all the way from preschoolers all the way up through our post-secondary and helping our youth and young adults to be able to communicate, which is such a critical aspect of life. And so shout out to all of them, and happy May is Better Hearing and Speech Month.
And Assistant Soup of Business Services, Wendy Zhang.
Okay, good evening. On May 12, 2023, Governor Newsom released his revised proposal for the 23-24 state budget. In this revision, he recognized a $31 million budget shortfall, but he was able to balance the budget with reductions from the one-time grants. The governor did not assume a recession in this revision. In fact, he projected a 0.5% growth for the last half of 2023. However, he noted that a mild or moderate recession could change the budget projection significantly by expanding the deficit by another $40 billion. Our business services team has completed the district's 23-24 budget adoption. We will have a budget study on June 13th. You are all welcome to attend to understand our district's budget position. The second report is from our student nutrition department. We will continue to offer a free summer lunch program starting on June 12th at Rose, Randall, and the Milpitas Sports Center. Anyone is 18 years old or under is welcome to come and just grab a free lunch. That concludes my report for tonight.
Thank you. And before we conclude all of the superintendent's report, I also would like to share that in addition to Assistant Superintendent Zhang's budget study, we will also have a cost management and revenue generation plan study on the same day, June 13th at 4 o'clock.
Thank you, Superintendent Jordan, for your report and the executive cabinet reports. For the sake of time, we're going to waive time on the board group agreements, and we're going to go straight to our board communication requests, starting with our student school board members. This part of the agenda is where school board members and our student school board members report on their activities as elected and selected representatives of their school sites. School board members may request the placement of items on future board agendas, relay information from the community, or request information from staff. The student board representatives report on school and student activities. Go ahead, Scott. Oh, okay, I can, you're right. Oh, let's go with student board rep Bhakta.
Hi, school board and various community members present here today. In this month, our school finished our state testing as well as hosted our final site council meeting, which helped us to set our goals for the coming academic year and see our results from this year. This month, we are still hosting a college and career presentation in Spanish on May 24th, as well as a multicultural day held by our school's leadership team on Friday, May 26th. As the school year comes to a close, we wanted to thank district liaisons who have helped us throughout the year. We also wanted to remind our district leadership of our seniors' capstone presentations, which they are all invited to on the morning of May 31st and June 1st. Like mentioned at past board meetings, our school's first graduation will be held on June 9th at 5 p.m., where we are excited for many to attend as well. As this is my final meeting as Milpitas Middle College school board representative, am I right about that? Or do we have one more?
No, you're fine.
Okay. I wanted to thank everyone here for making me feel included and teaching me many things. Your support has always showed to our school, and I'm sad to go, but excited for what is to come. So for the last time, thank you.
Thank you. Board member Rocha.
Okay, so finals are this Thursday and Friday and Tuesday, and we have grad cap decorating on Wednesday with pancakes, and grad practice is on Thursday, June 1st, which is also Dr. Schmidt's birthday. And the last day of school is June 2nd.
Thank you. And board member Sharma.
Over the last month, student government has been focusing on ending the year on a positive note following the success of prom and Trojan Olympics. In the beginning of May, we hosted a wellness week where students could participate in activities intended to de-stress. Spring chartering was also released around this time, so clubs can begin chartering or rechartering much earlier, and they can focus all their efforts on just reaching more students in the following school year. Most of our efforts have been centered around the end of the year celebration, which includes a rally and a festival. Classes are holding one last social, and the senior class just hosted their senior banquet and senior sunset. Last week, we planned a Spirit Week with noontime activities as a part of a friendly spirit competition with Piedmont Hills. And this past Friday, we honored the seniors and retiring staff members during our end of the year rally. In addition to showcasing student performances, we also organized games among students, clubs, and staff. Lastly, we partnered with Asian American Association to host the night market. An event started just last year as we worked towards further involving our community. Students versus staff basketball and kickball tournaments were organized. Attendees were able to buy food and clothing from over 40 vendors, including clubs, chains, and local and student-run businesses. Finally, study sessions for finals are being held in the library to offer a quiet space for students as they end off the year. And just like Mira said, this will be my last meeting, and I want to thank you all for this opportunity and being a supportive and welcoming environment for me. Thank you.
I'm trying to just get over the fact that this is you guys saying your last meeting. But it doesn't have to be. We can talk about that off topic, offline. Board members, starting with Board Member Zhang.
Good evening. I'm going to take my time to say a few words to Diana Orlando. My apologies for not being able to be there. Just can't get rid of this stupid cough, but you truly exemplify what it means to be a teacher to me. You're always caring about your students. You come with teamwork, and you also really, truly show that you care. I appreciate your straightforwardness, your sense of community, and what it really means to love your students. I hope that we can always try to live up to your legacy that you will leave in MUSD, one with student first, community, and teamwork. I will miss you, and I'll find ways to get in touch with you later. Thank you.
Thank you, Board Member Zhang. Board Member Naka.
Thank you, President Norwood. Good evening, everybody. Happy Classified School Employees Appreciation Week to one and all. And some of the events and celebrations that I attended include the Hoffman Awards. Congratulations to our Superintendent Jordan. NJROTC Awards, MHS Senior Awards Night, the Milpitas Elementary Olympics, Destination and Soar events at Kirtner, Winners' Day at Senate, English Fluency Award Ceremony and Induction Program Completer Celebrations at Randall Elementary, Asian American Heritage Event at Rancho, Magic Program Projects Display, which were amazing yet again. And I did attend the PTA Council and Rotary meetings, represented MUSD at a community reception to honor the Information and Technology Minister of India, alongside the Consul General of San Francisco. Volunteered at Milpitas Charity Bingo, attended Chamber Mixer and our very own Diana Orlando's party on Friday. Thank you and congratulations for your journey. And I was at Kashmir Conclave event and a couple of other Mother's Day and cultural events that I did attend. And also I was attending the Brown Act seminar at SCCOE. And that concludes my report. Thank you, everyone. Over to you, President Norwood.
Keep up the great work.
Thank
Keep
you.
learning, keep investing. We appreciate all the things that you do on behalf of the community as the newest elected board member to the Milpitas Unified School District. Appreciate that.
Thank you, President Norwood.
Board Clerk Kip Chuan.
Thank you, President Norwood. And just a few highlights. I went to the some of these events. It's a Hoffman Award Dinner, the NJROTC Award Ceremony, the Senior Awards Night, New Teacher Induction Program Celebration, Rancho Asian American Heritage, Public Safety Commission, the Milpitas Elementary Olympics. Also went to Diana's Orlando's retirement. We're going to miss you. We love you and hope you come back to us. And I'd like to add also that it was just nice to have our student board reps here. For, you know, we haven't had you or seen you for a while in person, and now you're leaving us. So hopefully you'll come back.
That's why they're here in the building. Right?
Yeah.
I was trying to.
Yeah. So that concludes my report. Thank you.
Thank you. Vice President Minno.
Thank you, Board President Norwood. In essence of time, I had a lot of events that overlap the other trustees, but I just want to speak to our student board reps. Thank you so much for participating this year, adding your student perspective and your student voice, and being involved with this governance process in the school district. Know that you had an impact in regards to how we see things here on the board and the programs that are affected in the school district. Each of you are going to do amazing things as you continue to progress in your next chapter. To President Norwood, perspective, doesn't mean this is the last meeting you can attend. You can always participate. That podium with that mic is always available. If you see something, say something, because we want to hear it. So thank you. Back to you, Board President Norwood.
Thank you, Vice President No. With my time, there's two items. The first item is that I would like the superintendent and the board to consider a housing committee for us to look at some of the challenges our classified as well as our teachers are facing in terms of being able to maintain residents in this region. I know that we passed the resolution a couple of months ago, but to be able to move deeper into what we can possibly do in terms of possibly making housing happen in our district or in partnership with the city or other partners that our MUSD staff members have the opportunity to participate in, whether it's purchase or rent or lease or whatever that might be. So I would ask for us to consider a housing committee, which includes one of our board members to be on that moving forward. And the second piece, in hearing about the Milpitas Elementary Olympics, I would ask the superintendent to look at, and the fact that it's going to continue, I would ask to determine how that can be instituted within our education system. We know that there's parent engagement. We know that there's physical fitness. We know there are a number of things that are associated with the Elementary Olympics that align with not only with our strategic goals, but with our goal of serving the whole child, not to mention social emotional learning and those types of activities. So I would ask for the superintendent to come back with some ideas on how the Milpitas Elementary Olympics, the community sport, and all the great work that we have going, the momentum, we're able to maintain that for years to come. And finally, to our student board reps, because of you, I've taken the initiative to participate with the California State School Boards Association to strengthen the student board member representation up and down the state. I get to be on the committee that helps to plan student board member activities so that we can better train you guys in the future. We know that we did an okay job, but we're still learning as well. But we're looking for direction and working with the California State School Boards Association to strengthen the student voice throughout the state. And that was inspired by the three of you. So thank you very much for your service to the board as well as the community. Whew, this is an emotional day. Next item on the agenda is we have 19, we have reports starting with the superintendent's office.
Back in 2018, when the board passed the resolution for the 2018 Measure AA, the board included in the resolution that we would assure that any dollars spent to the best of our abilities stayed in Milpitas, as well as assuring that those who were awarded contracts with the district in completing bond projects, that they would have opportunities for our learners, whether they be in K-12 or adult school, and that would work with us to provide workforce pathways. And so I'm really excited because this year we did even more experiences than last year, with a great deal of thanks and gratitude to Denise Coleman for supporting that work. And I would like to invite Denise up to do a report.
Thank you, Superintendent Jordan and the Board of Trustees. Having the opportunity to work with your amazing community and wonderful students and to report on some of the... I'm going to see if this is going to work, Scott. I can just do this, and then you can see that I just advance it. Okay. As Superintendent Jordan shared, after the passage of the bond in 2018, the groups on this slide came together and discussed how are we going to support internships and the development of the the construction trades in the community, and how are they going to ensure that contractors hired to do bond work in MUSD locally to enhance the Milpitas economy. So with that, this year I had the opportunity to work with some of the contractors to provide our students with opportunities to learn more about the trades and to get them on paths towards internships. This is a list of the activities that we have done this school year, and it just has been a hit with the kids. What's exciting to me is to just see the numbers grow, and many of the students attended multiple sessions. So we have over 100 students that have participated, and the best part of tonight is the students sharing their experiences. So I have a limited amount of time, so I'm going to give the majority of the time to the students, but I would like to have, thank you, Ryan from Block, Ryan Holdman, come up and speak a little bit to how they plan the activities with the students, as they did such an amazing job with each and every session. They built upon it. They asked the students, what did you think? How can we do better? And they ensured that they engaged the students. So Ryan, share a little bit.
Yeah, just really quickly, the concept that we came up with was there are an immense amount of potential career opportunities in the construction industry. Most people walk by a construction site and they think, okay, there's the guy hitting the nails in, and then there's the architect, and those are my two options. And we wanted to introduce students to all the different career paths. My career path, I didn't even know existed until I got to college and realized, oh, actually I could be pretty good at that. And so we wanted to do that a lot sooner, especially since a lot of the career paths don't require a college degree. We want to introduce students to those opportunities as well, plus the ones that can go to college and then do those careers as well. So we just wanted to kind of introduce them to all the different career paths. So we came up with 5 different sessions. Each one focused on a different part of the industry. We had them come out a couple months apart each time, and so they got to walk the job site, see the progress of the Innovation Campus, all the way from steel structure to almost done, the most recent one that they came out, and they got to see the interior starting to come together. And it was a lot of the same students that came to multiple events and got to see the construction and started to get, I could tell they started to get excited seeing all the progress that they got to see. So that was pretty fun. We adapted a little bit. The first session we started with like an in-class, hey, we're going to teach you about something, and then walk the job site, and we realized end of the day they've been in class for 8 hours or whatever, maybe we should just focus on the fun outside stuff. So we quickly scrapped that idea and said, just come to the job site, we'll walk around, we'll show you some stuff and talk about career opportunities. So I think that turned out better. In this last session, we put it all together. We did a little scavenger hunt on the job site that kind of referenced back to a lot of the things we did on the throughout the project and things that they learned. And they got to look at a set of drawings, and we had questions. Hey, find the elevator in the building. They had to look at the set of drawings and then go find it. So yeah, it was really fun. We included different tradespeople, architect, engineers, who all came out, who were all involved in the project, to speak to the students about their individual career path and how they got to where they are. Some college, some non-college, some partial college, some trade school. And that was our experience. We're going to do it again this next year with phase 2, hopefully, and probably evolve on it even more. Maybe do a 6th session. We have some ideas for some new stuff that we can do.
You're in the process, almost completed the internship.
Yeah, we've interviewed a bunch of candidates for internships, and we're going to let them know this week, actually. For summer internships this summer, we had Milpitas High School interned last summer, and then we're going to do the same this summer, and then again next summer. So we've interviewed students from Cal Hills and Milpitas High School.
You said phase 2, hopefully.
It's on the agenda tonight for the phase 2 contract for us for the second phase of Innovation Campus. So if it gets approved tonight, that's part of the next summer is what I meant. This summer and next summer is what I meant.
I don't like being held hostage like that. Thank you for that.
Yeah, absolutely.
I have some wonderful students here tonight with us who have attended multiple of these activities, but I'm going to ask our 2 students that are coming up now to speak to the block activities that they attended. So if I can have Katrina and Anishka, please come up. They're very excited.
I'm excited. Are one of you the person that Ms. Coleman told me about who got to spend time with the architect at the architect trade show? Or is that somebody else?
Yes, that was me.
That was you, okay.
My name is Anshika. I'm a junior at MHS. Hello, my name is Katrina, and I'm a senior at MHS. So the both of us have been going to a lot of the Black construction field trips. We both have been to the first one where it was in the classroom. And yes, it was kind of exhausting because of the school hours, and going in the classroom. But right after, once we got outside, I thought that was really fun because as I continued to attend more of the Black construction meetings, I got to see the progress of the school, like from when it started structurally, and then what goes inside it, and then what is like the final outlook of the whole building. And I thought it was just a really wonderful experience to know what the construction and how people work there, and how every single minor detail, no matter how minor it is, it plays a huge part in the whole process.
Yes, so I really agree with what Anshika said. So as I'm going to college next year, I am interested in the construction field. I found it really interesting for me as I got to learn more about the different fields in architecture and construction, because I was not like that familiar with it. So as I got to go to each of the field trips and learn more about it, I saw more and more pathways like opening to me, and I was able to learn a lot from it. And so going to each of the field trips, each session was really interesting as it had different types of information. And I got to see how each small, like any detail that each person like worked on, it all came up together and like, it worked as a whole. I don't know really how to explain it, but it was really informative to me, and it really taught me a lot as I got to go to each of the field trips.
One last thing I'd like to say is I really did wish that there were more students. Like there were a lot of students at each of the places, but there's kind of like the stereotype of construction, or like the being a worker in the construction field. Like it's just like, more of either it's like a male-dominated job, or if it's more I guess a person who is stronger. But I've seen people who are there who are women, and they're just as strong as men. And it's so incredibly influential to see women in the field, because I used to think personally before I went into, or at least got my interest in the construction field, that I felt it was more of a male-dominated community. But once I went there, there was so many female workers, and they were all so intelligent in everything they decided to do. And that's kind of, what spiked my interest in pursuing construction, architecture, and engineering. Nice. And I do wish there's more students, because I feel like kids have hung on to that stereotype of, oh, it's male-dominated, it doesn't pay well. But there's so many benefits that students don't seem to, either understand or they know of, that they can get from such a field. And I feel like if more students could, be encouraged to join such things and learn about it, I feel like there'd be a profound impact on both our community and, the architecture around us.
Just a quick question for the two students there.
If you can advance to the next slide, please.
Can I ask a quick question of the students? Thank you for sharing, because it's important to know the why, but I'm curious, what made you want to explore this?
So actually, if I tell you, okay, so in December, I was obsessed with bioengineering. This is like a completely opposite field. But what happened was in my school, my parents are both software engineers, and they both, they try to convince me to go into software engineering. Personally, I hate coding, so, but I love to build things with my own hands. And I thought of robotics at first, and then, then the opportunity came up at my school where there was this program called ACE Mentoring, and it was a program that happens every spring semester at our school, and it's like about architecture, construction, and engineering. And I thought, what could possibly go wrong? Let's just try it. And so I went along, I tried it. That's where I met Katrina for the first time and became besties. ACE really, that was like my first, I guess, instance. I got to meet people from different parts of the construction, architecture, and engineering fields, and that's where that really, sparked my interest in construction especially. There was the meeting before ACE, like of the Black field trip, but that was the first one was like more of like an exposure rather than me getting my actual interest in. Once I joined ACE and attended more of Black, because I got like supplements from ACE to understand what was going at the construction site. And I was able to understand things and see things a lot clearer, and that's really what pushed me forward.
So for me, last year in my junior year, I got to take a course at Milpitas High School, which was the architectural design course. So I got to learn more about it. I found myself more interested in the architectural field, and that led me to being part of the ACE program too. And this year I was part of it again, and I got to learn more from each of the mentors that they have there. And because I saw this opportunity of going to each of the field trips and learning more about the careers, I just went there and I got to learn more. And so as I got to learn more and more about it, I saw that, and I found myself being really interested in the civil engineering field, which is what I'll be studying later on in college.
Thank you so much for sharing. Thank you.
Just a picture of our last trip. I mean, it just the numbers started to grow, the enthusiasm, the excitement. And I want to thank Ryan because he did a really good job of having male and female representatives so that they heard about, you know, that it wasn't just a male-dominated field. Our next slide, Scott, please. One of our other activities was visiting the Pipe Trades Training Center, and we have Brian Murphy here. He and his staff did a wonderful job of, again, sharing that it was an excellent alternate career path and that it isn't just a male-dominated field. So Brian, if you can please come up and share.
Good evening. My name is Brian Murphy. I'm the Director of Training for the Pipe Trades Training Center. So we were able to host 2 events for the MUSD students where they got to come to our facility and go through what we call an information session. During this session, we talk about the different programs we offer. So we're a 5-year apprenticeship program for commercial plumbing, steam fitting, welding, and HVAC service technicians. And so they got to learn all about the different trades themselves, the kind of work they would be doing out in the field. They got to hear from apprentices that were going through our program right now, so they kind of get a peer-to-peer feeling of what to expect. And then we talked about the whole application and entry process. You know, it's great to be able to share career avenues like this that most students never hear about or consider you know, a second choice to college. And so in my opinion, this is a great first option. And so we were able to share that, that after going through our 5-year program, not only do they graduate from Foothill College with an associate's degree in science and technology, with, but they're also making a $200,000 a year salary that includes multiple pensions, great health care, and a great living wage to survive in this valley. But also that our program is entirely free, so there's no college debt associated with that. And so that makes it a great first career choice to many people to come right out of high school, and by the age of 23, they're having a really substantial income and a great career. We have 100% job placement with our program. Once you're in the union for life, and so you have a career. It's not just a job. So we're very excited to partner, and we will definitely host many more tours if you're interested. So thank you.
Sorry, but back up one, sorry. We have a student that came with us to the Pipe Trades Center, Ty Smith. Ty, can you share about your experience? He was one of the most enthusiastic, best questions, so engaged.
My experience going to piping trade.
Take it on. Take it on.
My experience going there was honestly one of the best experiences I ever had in my life, to be honest, because for a long time I've been very confused what I was going to do when I got out of high school, because I didn't want to go to college and I didn't have a job field I was interested in, until my father introduced me to his training school that he goes to, and I was very interested in it, but I still wasn't certain if I wanted to go there. But going there in person and seeing the kind of stuff my father does really inspired me, and now I'm certain that going here would be the best career option for me, especially with the many opportunities and different things you can do there. It's honestly a really great place, and I was really excited. And it was a great place. Sorry.
You're good. You're good. You're good.
It It was honestly a really great place to go and experience, and I'm really excited to go work there after I get out of high school next year. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm gonna ask Katrina and Nish to come back up, because today we actually had another trip and we went to the Electrical Training Alliance today, and that was a whole different experience. So if you want to share just a little bit about that as well.
Well, so I don't really know a lot about the electrical field, but as I was given this opportunity to be part of the field trip, I saw it and I went and I got to learn more about it. And I found it really interesting as their program provided so much for the students, like right out of high school. They let us know that once you get out of high school, you can like sign up for the program first by taking a test, and then a lot of the fees was covered. And it made sure that the student would have like the opportunity to learn about it and also just be part of it. So I found it really interesting for me.
So this was kind of more in the career I'm interested in. I really pursuing kind of like two pathways. Either it's architecture or it's electrical engineering. Personally, I love like circuit diagrams and all the stuff that comes with electricity. And today I really got to see some of the places where I could potentially, become a student as. And I really thought this was such a beneficial program, especially since college, it's an option for me as well. I'm keeping my options open. But this is such a great program because, like it was mentioned before, there's no debt. One of the biggest ones was textbooks. Textbooks, like in college, they cost like $100 per semester. They provide textbooks for you. So that's like $100 saved. And so the amount of like money and time you can save, but then you're still like centering on the things you want to focus on, like the career you want to pursue. I think it's just an amazing place to, sign up and go for it. And the best part is it's not like you can never retake the exam again. Once you take the exam, it's okay if you don't pass the first time. There's always another time, you just have to keep going. And once you get in, like you're kind of like set for life because now you know this is what I want to do and stuff. That's it. Thank you.
There were so many wonderful experiences over all those trips, and I just want to thank the board for the vision in seeing that this should be an opportunity for our students. And I want to thank Ryan and Delia and everyone from Block that made these events happen, and Brian and his staff from the Trades Training Center for giving our kids just an eye-opening, to what could be possible to them. It was certainly an eye-opener for me as well. And I thank the board and Superintendent Jordan and everyone on the cabinet for helping us. And I also want to say thank you to your transportation department. They are awesome. They are so on top of it, and they're so thoughtful and kind and just made everything go smoothly. So thank you.
Thank you. Before you sit down, Executive Directors, Learning and Development, do you have questions?
Sure. So as I was sharing earlier, we're in the process of planning for the Innovation Campus, and we're really working hard to integrate what you learn in the classroom with the world outside. What's your advice? Based on your experiences this year, give this group up here some advice as we think about next steps.
Ty as well, yep.
All of you have to speak. Basically,
We're gonna hear from everybody,
how do we make what's happening in the classroom and what you're thinking about for yourself after high school connect? Where did those moments happen for you, and how can we create more of those moments?
I think it really depends on what grade level you're in. As a junior, I would say that I feel like it's really great to have more out-of-classroom experiences, especially in terms of applying what we learn in class outside than just sitting in class. But if it comes to, say, the freshman and sophomore levels, I'd say staying in class more often is better because it provides them the basis of what they're going to potentially pursue after high school. But as a junior,
I could say that I really wish we had more outdoor kind of applications. When I say outdoor, I don't mean like literally going on a field trip every day, but it's more of like, so I have physics right now, but I would like to see, we have labs in class and that's wonderful and all, but I wish there was more of a practical application. Like, you know, if in physics class I'm speaking to this mic, I want to know, how is this mic working? How is this connected? What is the electricity behind, I don't know, the connections, the circuits within the mic? And stuff like that. I feel like if it's more directly applied than just like what we do in class or what the curriculum requires, if there was more, I guess, outside inclusivity, I'm not really sure how to phrase it, but more of that, I guess. I feel like that'd be great, really great.
So for me, I feel like it would definitely be great if we could have more hands-on projects. Like these field trips are great because it introduced us to the different career fields, but I also feel like if we were able to take parts in more activity, maybe something related to the field, and just collaborating with other students, it will be an even better learning experience, as we will be able to learn how to communicate with each other and also about the career itself.
Honestly, I'd have to agree with what they both are saying, that having more hands-on experience and collaboration with more experienced people would give us a better understanding of different career fields and also our projects we work on and stuff. And well, what they both were saying was honestly what I was thinking, because it was honestly really well thought out.
Thank you very much. I really appreciate that.
Executive Derhari asked a question that I was going to ask, but I'm going to shift a little bit and ask Ryan and the other team members a question. I'm really curious about, as you listen to these youth and what they've taken away, how that's impacted you and how you envision what you can do in the future, and then also maybe how your staff have been, how they're feeling about this part of the work that they're doing and the possible expansion of that.
Yes. Yes.
Yeah, I would say it was really fun. I mean, honestly, just to say that, like, when I first told the team out at the job site, who works really hard, does a lot of things all day long, is very busy, I'm like, hey, we got to plan this whole student program, and we got to come up with 5 different sessions, and there's going to be 20 kids here, and they're like, oh, man, like, I have my regular job. And then after the first one, they were like, okay, I'm into it now. It was really fun to see students come out and get to see what we do. It's fun to talk about what you do every day, because a lot of people think construction is one thing, and it's not. I think when we had the session with the trades, when the electrician who was on site said, hey, this is the starting hourly wage for a journeyman electrician when he graduates from the apprenticeship school, I saw eyes like, oh wow, this is a real career opportunity for me. And like you pointed out, it's a first choice for a lot of people. It doesn't have to be a second choice. And I think it often is thought of as a fallback opportunity. And what we were trying to do is show people it's not a fallback opportunity. And so it was just kind of encouraging to see students come out and really get something out of what we put together. Frankly, without Denise's help, I'm not sure it would have even ever happened. So she's given us a lot of credit, but I just said, hey, why don't you bring some kids and we'll figure it out. And she did all the logistics of and advertising and getting students there. It was really fun to watch. And after that first one, when we saw the turnout was 20 or 30 kids, we thought, oh, this is actually going to be pretty good. So it was encouraging.
Yeah, so for us, it's been an explosion of activities like this. In the past year, we've hosted or done or visited roughly 40 schools, which was like 36 more than we did the year before that, right? So it's been really good to create these partnerships and just spread the message, especially of apprenticeship, something I'm really passionate about. And so some of these schools that we go into, they have really established CTE programs, which is really great. And so we're trying to partner with a lot of those schools, and then other schools that are kind of exploring that avenue. I think that pre-apprenticeships are a great model in the high school, where specific training can be done for apprenticeships, or if you find partnerships with employers and internships, like if we're training to employer needs, that's something that can definitely happen at the high school level, and it would definitely benefit my program. We have lowered our application age to 16 instead of 17. We get so many applicants. We get 1,000 applicants to our program per year for 120 spots, and so sometimes that wait can take 2 years. And so now we're letting juniors apply to our program, and that way they can get on the list, and then when they graduate, the door is right in front of them instead of having to wait 2 years afterwards. So some of the things that we're doing.
Thank you. Thanks. I also just wanted to say thank you to Denise. She made this partnership and collaboration just effortless on my end. And we had some initial conversations, and then she took it and ran with it. So it was really wonderful.
Do we have any questions from board members? Seeing no questions from board members, I just like Aaron, right? Ryan. Oh, this was going to happen. It wasn't a matter of whether it was Denise or not. And Travis will tell you this has been something that we've been thinking about since the taxpayers invested in the bond, and we knew that we wanted our kids to have these types of conversations. And we do have an expectation of these conversations multiplying in terms of our students so that they can have pathways, like you said, free of debt, eye-opening experiencing, and having the opportunity again to strengthen our community in so many different ways. So I want to definitely toss in the kudos to Travis as well as Superintendent Jordan, because this has been something that we've been pushing on from the very beginning since 2018. We do know that COVID had an effect on it, but the ideas and the planning and the ideation, and Denise, you were the piece of the puzzle that we needed, and the students being here today and being able to speak in front of learning and development, and our director of secondary education and other folks saying that this is viable. This is for all of our students, not just a particular demographic or whatever else, but that it's real. And the fact that we have young ladies involved shows that equity in terms of this opportunity. So you've just basically in this district kind of just told the world that we are here, we want to be recognized, and you guys are opening the pathways for us. So thank you very much for being here and presenting, and Denise, phenomenal job. Thank you very much. Superintendent Jordan. Any last words, Superintendent Jordan? Any last words, Superintendent Jordan, before we move on to the next item on the agenda?
Yeah, I would just add gratitude to Scott for his assistance with promotions, and also gratitude to Wendy Zhang and her team, Kelly Ng, because in the beginning they were working to make this happen as much as they could with what was on their plates. And I'm really excited because we will be expanding and working with our Milpitas Police Department for more opportunities for pathways. And thank you, Denise. As Board President Norwood said, you are the missing piece to this puzzle. And so I'm excited about the work ahead. Thank you.
Awesome. Okay, moving along, 19B. Code of Conduct and Restorative Practices Board Presentation.
Thank you. I would like to call up the L&D team here, as well as we have some site administrators presenting. So last year, as you may recall, out of the CSACE work, which is around the significant disproportionality, one of our action items was creating a new behavior matrix and a new code of conduct. So that work in terms of drafting happened last year. This was year one of implementation, and our team is going to report out on some of our highlights, some of our wins in building this new foundation, as well as our next steps. Thank you.
Thank you, Preeti. Next slide, please, Scott. Thank you. There were a lot of hard acts to follow today, but we are very excited to present to you as always, especially as you know, whenever learning and development has the opportunity to speak to you all, it's really our work is grounded in being culturally responsive and really meeting all of our students' needs through multi-tiered systems of supports, or we use the acronym MTSS. And so the Code of Conduct really is grounded in both of those ideals that we are very passionate about in learning and development and in our district. And so I'm not going to read the goal to you, but it really is about ensuring that we are meeting the needs of the whole child. We've talked a lot and learned a lot about social emotional learning, especially as we transitioned out of the pandemic, and having students who are not in the classroom for a year and a half. There's been a lot of needs. We always hear that there's, and I speak to you about this often when I'm in front of you, the collective trauma that our community and our world faced coming out of the pandemic. And so again, highlights the need for this code of conduct, which does also have in it, it speaks to our students' rights and responsibilities, our parents' rights and responsibilities, along with board members, our superintendent, and our staff, classified and certificated. So it's really thinking about our whole community as an ecosystem and how we can support our students as they learn through our district. Next slide, please. I do always, and our team always likes to be able to connect our work back to our goals and our LCAP and also our strategic plan. And again, it is about meeting our needs, the needs of our students. And really, if we are doing the code of conduct and using this restorative practice lens well, we're meeting the needs of 80% of our students. So with that, I will let the team continue on.
Good evening, everybody. My name is Raja Bishjan. I'm the assistant principal at Weller Elementary. I've had the privilege of working with Sandra Quintana and Derek Castaneda, and we've been engaging leaders, site leaders in our district to help them deepen their understanding of restorative practices. And one activity that we've done is to develop a real concise way of just saying what it is. We've been working on refining our elevator pitch. I want to share with you mine. So restorative practices is a philosophy. It's a whole school approach that prioritizes relationships, builds community, and creates just and equitable learning environments. As a restorative practitioner, we support struggling students, teach peaceful conflict resolution, and repair relationships after harm has occurred. Most importantly, we talk about the principles behind restorative practices. Whatever the practice is, these underlie how we think and what we think about in terms of the bigger why. So restorative practices focuses on building community, maintaining community, and repairing community, and all of it's centered on relationships. As practitioners, we prize the idea of raising all voices. We strive for equity of voice. And central to restorative practices is this idea that we strive to do things with students, with people, rather than doing things to them or for them.
Thank you, Rajab. Good evening, board. That brings me to restorative practice principle number 4, which is focusing on addressing harm. And when we focus on addressing harm rather than the harmer or the person who did the harm as in punitive measures, when we focus on addressing harm, we not only hold the person who did the harm accountable, but we also give a voice and a sense of closure to the person that was harmed. The 5th principle that as practitioners we want to cover is collaborative problem solving. That means problem solving. We want to create a space where students can work through their issues, work through their problems together. And then that leads me to the last principle, which is empowerment. We not only want our students and community members to work through their problems and issues together, but we want them to take charge of their own learning, whether that's academic or relational. And so you might ask yourself, how do we do all these principles? Well, a few examples of restorative practices are intentional community building circles, conferences, and what I think is essential to all healthy classrooms is relationship building. Sandra.
Hello everyone, Sandra Quintana, Program Manager of Mental Health. Next slide, please. So thank you, Derek and Rajat, for really laying the groundwork for what we utilized when thinking about the Code of Conduct and how we created our behavior matrix. So we're going to talk a little bit about where we've been, what we've done this year, and a little bit about where we're going next. In this slide we have in the spring of 2021, really where we established our behavior response team. And this actually came and stemmed from an action item because our district was identified as significantly disproportionate for over-identifying students for special education among our Hispanic and African American groups, and in the areas of specific learning disability and other health impairment. We're also identified as having higher than average absenteeism and suspensions, which is partly why this action item came to be in creating our own code of conduct and behavior response matrix team, or behavior response team. We utilized and worked with California Department of Education partner in order to start researching some of these items and really focusing on building that matrix. Going into December 2021, when we relaunched the team in 2021-22, and in your additional slides, you'll be able to see the team members that were on that team. We went and looked at, okay, what do we need to learn together? What shared understandings do we need to create, such as the ones that Derek and Rajep just presented? So also on your extra slides, you'll see some resources that we utilize to talk about functions of behavior. That behavior serves a function, it's not just coming out of nowhere. That we have examples of tier 1 practices, so ones that are universal across classrooms, across school settings, that we can really implement throughout our district. And so there's examples of some of those also in your additional slides in terms of what the tier 1 practices look like. And then by the end of the year, we really had this team that worked on collaborating on our understanding to propose and put together a code of conduct to then launch in the next year, this year, 22-23. As you heard Preeti say a little bit earlier, we launched and piloted it this year, and we really focused intentionally on sort of a community of practice with our assistant principals through educator effectiveness, and along with a few of our principals that had signed up for district committees, and then the team that you see here as well. So what we focused on this year was how can we get those trainings in that teach us more about the principles that we just learned? What do the practical things look like that are tier 1 and tier 2 activities? So in the fall, we hired and contracted with folks to train us in tier 1, particularly the social emotional behavioral response team. And we've made that transition, that shift from that team that was looking at it through an action item because of significant disproportionality to a team that's really gonna own and try to roll out this work and see what it looks like in practice. We actually had the opportunity to open that tier 1 training to teachers, even though it was initially for our SEB team, to classified, to district staff, and really wanted to utilize those trainings to say who's already ready. You know, so we developed these pockets of experts and folks who were already ready to do the work. So that happened in October, and then we held our SEB meetings each month in between, in which we engaged in another protocol, which I'll share on the next slide in just a moment. And then in February, March, we engaged in those tier 2 trainings where we really looked at when a harm is done, how do we repair it? How do we go back to healing? How do we come together as community? And in that one, we were also able to open beyond the SEB team to union members, staff members, and district members, as well as Superintendent Jordan was able to join us for a little bit as well. You can see on below the team members that I referenced that are the 22-23 social emotional behavior response team. Throughout this, I also want to reference a slide that you have in the back, which is the implementation, stages of implementation slide. When we look at really rolling out something as big as this, and it's a mindset shift, we start in the exploration adoption phase. So that's really where we were at in 2021, 22, all the way through this year, when we're not just looking at should we do it, but what is the it that we're doing? And so that's really the exploration adoption phase. And as we look to incorporate other groups like parents and students and classified and beyond this SEB team, that's where we're really gonna start to develop in maybe different stages. Some of us will be in exploration adoption, some of us will be in installation, some of us will be in early implementation. And the goal is to try to get everybody kind of up to speed and do so in a way that utilizes the staffing we have in the best way possible, in the most effective way possible, and in a way that we can actually get on the ground and start using this. 2 quick examples, I'll give you one, and then Rajep will step in to do the second one, is shortly coming up. We have a June 8th training for our classified and certificated managers, where we're going to have restorative practices training for tier 1, because as mentioned before, we didn't have all of our managers trained in tier 1 and tier 2. So we see this as an opportunity to kind of get everyone on the same page. And then I'll hand it over to Rajep to talk a little bit about next year.
We're really excited about next year. So while we're in this exploration phase, we didn't want to wait. We want to create a groundswell of folks who are practitioners and actively developing their ability to not only understand what restorative practices, what underlies restorative practices, but to actually do the practices. So we've created, or we're in the process of creating, a lead RP team. This is a representative team of teachers from every site, and we're going to lead them through a year-long cohort-based PLC, a professional learning community. This is where we get very practical, and teachers will get a chance not only to build their will and skill to do restorative practices, but we're going to create a community of practice in the process. So this effort is actually two-headed. We're going to create a groundswell of folks who are actually practicing and developing their skills. And we're also in the process of creating our restorative practices team. That's currently us up here on the stage. But we wanted to offer not just something to teachers, but we also wanted to offer support to site leaders, site and department leaders. We as a team will offer a menu of services so that we can basically open up the conversation about restorative practices to our leaders, so that we can also spread not only the word, but gain their support in that leadership space.
Thank you. Next slide, please. And so this is what I referenced really briefly in the last slide. This is something else that our SEB team has engaged in around utilizing the code of conduct and really talking about cases as they come up at sites. So it's a quick consultancy protocol. It's something that Rajep also helped bring to our team as well. It's a systematic way for folks to bring a case in front of the wisdom of the room, of their colleagues, and to have a specific case, have it time limited, so there's only so long that they can present it. They have a set of questions that they're asked by their colleagues that really reflect different perspectives, what are the, in terms of logistics, but then also like probing questions, and then they sit back and listen. And they listen to the conversation happen between their colleagues. This has been really beneficial in multiple ways. We've heard feedback that folks felt, yes, they got more information and insight and wisdom from their colleagues, but also it was an opportunity to hear that others are struggling with the same things they are, and they didn't feel as alone in the challenges that Marissa referred to a little bit ago that we've been having from the fallout of the pandemic. And I think that's something that's really important to know, is we can acknowledge that those things are happening, but it's another thing to be in a room where you're problem solving together and listening to your colleague and saying, okay, it's not just me. I have the same questions, I have the same wonderings, and so we really got some good feedback from this quick consultancy protocol, and it allowed us to move through some cases pretty quickly, as the name would imply. Okay, and then from here, I really want to hear from the people on the ground who are starting to make these moves, and we have 3 sites that are representative tonight that are going to share with us, and I'll pass it to Derek to introduce them.
Thank you. Next slide. All right, so tonight you kind of heard of an overview of what we've been doing throughout the year on code of conduct and restorative practices. We had different stakeholders tonight speaking about real life experiences with the code of conduct and restorative practices. We have a student from Calaveras High Schools, principal from Johnson High School, a principal from Johnson Elementary, and vice principal from Thomas Russell Middle School. First off, leading us is, although it's a school night, although she has work, and although she has to plan for Dr. Smith's birthday party, we have the board's very own Ariana Rocha. She's going to come on up and speak on her experience in Mrs. Raquel Mendoza's class circles and the power it has on classroom community. Go ahead.
Hello. So I feel, okay, we have extended advisory every Friday, and each Friday we will have like about an hour and a half with our advisors, and in the circle time we were able to connect with each other and be able to get to know our classmates not as well as we would be able to in a regular classroom setting. It gives us a more of a not like a standard classroom setting, and it gives us a free, like a sorry, I'm kind of blank right now.
You're good.
But okay. Oh, okay, so basically we just sit in a circle, and then we have a topic on the board that like we have to talk about. Usually it's like how our week went, like a high or a low from our week, and we also talk about how we could start our career that we want to pursue in life and like other matters like that. Sorry. And yeah, we just go around the classroom and we get to know our classmates a little bit more better by getting vulnerable with, depending on how open the student wants to be. Like for myself, I got pretty vulnerable within the classroom because I'm a pretty open person in the classroom, I feel like. And I feel like other students we were able to see each other's personalities in ways we weren't able to see in the regular classroom, because in the regular classroom we had to focus on a certain curriculum, but in this classroom we were just able to be ourselves and be open and be able to express ourselves however we wanted to express ourselves. So I feel like that was a very good aspect to our school. And I feel like it gave us a more of a community-based feeling. Like we were able to get to know each other on different levels that we weren't able to in the classroom.
And next up is Principal Lori Armina. She's joining us online.
Hi, good evening. Yes, Lori Armino, principal at Senate. Sorry, I couldn't be with you. I'm still recovering. For us at Senate, we've been working on our own code of conduct for several years. And so when the district came out, with the district-wide code of conduct, it really not only validated our work, but also helped us to better align with what everyone at all the other sites are also going to be doing. So we were able to change some of our just our wording, what we thought of as a tier 1 behavior and who deals with it, what's a tier 2 behavior. And then also, one of our challenges is, we have these behavior expectations. We really explicitly teach lessons so that kids know what these behaviors are supposed to look like. But what do we do when they don't behave, right? What do we do when they don't follow it? And so the code of conduct really gave us some good responses and interventions to use. And so when we started the year, we rolled this out with staff and really aligned our language with the MUSD code of conduct to our own PBIS code of conduct, but then also made some commitments to do those tier 1 practices. And so we do weekly community circles in each of our classrooms to build those relationships, which I think is one of the most important things. And then we also, of course, do mindfulness and social emotional learning lessons, which we've been doing for several years. Sort of our takeaways now is sort of how do we continue those foundations? And then as we move into next year, I'm excited, Rajat, for the new work, because I think what we really also could use is sort of a library of things that we can do with students. There's a lot of good strategies in the code of conduct, but if we could have a library of specific things to do, like this behavior happens, what kind of prompting questions are really going to be good to ask? I wish I knew all of them, but I don't. So if we could have a library of things that we as a district can use when behaviors come up and how do we restore relationships, I look forward to that work ahead. But I thank the MUSD for doing this work, because I've always wanted all of us to be aligned with what we do. And I think this matches really well with all the PBIS work that we're doing at sites. And will help us to just continue to build on that and to really, set kids up for success from elementary school on through their progression.
All right, thank you. I'm Emily Delora Ellefson. I'm the assistant principal at Russell Middle School. And as Rajab said, one of the tenets of restorative practices is that we do the practice together. It's not something that we do to students or to our teachers or to each other, but it's something that we do together. And so part of the work that we've done at Russell this year is deep in the exploration of what does this really look like on the ground? What are the questions we ask? How do we open a circle? How do we build community? We were lucky to have 4 of our teachers take the tier 1 training, and 2 of our teachers then followed up with the tier 2 training. And so I would call them highly qualified in the area of exploration of restorative practices. But we've together, Derek and I have supported these teachers in experimenting with these community building circles in their classrooms, in their homeroom space. And we found that our students at the middle school level are really nervous and hesitant and not so ready to be vulnerable, and have a lot of strong feelings about their friendships. And we sought their feedback because we all left, the adults, going, wow, that was really powerful, that was super great. And the teachers expressed that they felt a lot of hesitation from their students. So one of our teachers sent out a survey to the students anonymously to get their feedback. And it was really interesting to hear, many of them said things like, why are we doing this at this point in the year? We already have friends. We're not interested in getting to know people in April. And some of them really highlighted this idea for us about community. And I think it's really important in Milpitas, where we have this culture of we, to center that in our conversation. And we've been reflecting since the feedback from our students about what is community and what is it that we want students to experience as community. Because part of the restorative practice, in order to repair harm, you need to have that community to repair, right? And so we need to dig deeper and really get at that with our students. And so we're excited to keep this work alive next year, to continue trying these circles. We've done some exploration also. We've done some circles with parents. We've tried to use the practices that we've learned in terms of repairing harm and restoring relationships with families in a couple of instances at our site. That I think sometimes this work is messy and it's hard to know what questions to ask and how to do it. And the only way to get better at doing it is to do more of it. And so we're excited to do that with the teachers who are trained, and excited to train more teachers and to really get deep into where does this fit in the context of our day logistically at the secondary level, and how do we really make it something that we can implement moving forward.
Thank you so much to our student speakers and our site leaders. I selfishly, as the director of secondary, am excited that we have secondary sites doing this work, because often when you do a shift like this, you hear at the elementary sites they're doing morning circles. It's something that they've inherently done. But at the secondary level, it is a harder shift to know how to incorporate that into your scheduling. So the fact that we had a student representative and our assistant principal who are excited and passionate about this work, because it is about building relationships. That's why this team is excited, and why you've heard kind of a buzz about restorative practices. And we welcome board members to join us as we continue to train and roll this out. But we welcome questions at this time.
Are there any questions from the board?
Yeah, I was just curious, earlier in the presentation, on your team, how did you recruit your team? Do you have assistant principal and principals at various different schools?
So the team has shifted from last year because our charge was really to write our code of conduct. We did have our assistant principals, who part of their funding is from the Educator Effectiveness Grant, and so their work really is about behavior response. So they're always a part of the team last year, and this year continuing. Last year we did have some principals part of the team, but we also had psychologists, guidance counselors, MTA reps, teachers as well, to really help guide the creation of the code of conduct. This year, because the behavior response really lives with our assistant principals, we really focused on them as being part of our social emotional behavior response team. But as you know, not all of our elementary sites have assistant principals, and for that reason, those site principals were also invited, as were all of the principals, but not all of the principals were represented this year. Again, hence why we need to continue the rollout and continue to train all of our stakeholders in our community.
Yeah, no, thank you. Thank you. That was a great presentation. I was just curious what, the background and how you guys created and came to where you're at right now. But thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Board Member Zhang.
Great presentation. Can you tell me what success looks like from your viewpoint?
Success from my viewpoint, and I think if we think about our LCAP goals also and our LCAP metrics, we want to have zero expulsions before the school year. We want our suspension numbers to dramatically decrease. I think with this work, I know with this work, by being able to really build relationships with our students and just even adults, right, adult to adult, we will be able to better repair harm and then re-invite students and staff back into the community so it doesn't escalate to that tier 3 level, which would be an expulsion hearing.
Thank you.
And what about attendance?
Attendance as well, you're right, because building relationships, and this is why you heard me so passionately talk about during the LCAP presentation, board study presentation a couple of weeks ago, it's all connected, right? And if we are meeting students' basic needs, this is the Maslow's hierarchy, right? And they feel welcomed, they feel a sense of belonging, they will be engaged academically, they will have better relationships with their peers and their teachers, and then attendance will improve, we will have fewer major behaviors, and we'll see our academic outcomes increase also.
Preeti?
I was just going to add, I think Marissa really hit on the metrics for success. I think the other pieces that, like, the work is underlying about mindsets. So I think success also looks like every day, but also in our moments of crisis, that we are not responding from fear, but that we are responding from connectedness and really working to, our students are still going to make mistakes. They're still going to act out, but we use those opportunities to repair harm, to learn from the experience, and pull them back in.
I think success also looks like, including, that just sparked another thought in me, but our parents and our caregivers really understanding that inviting our students back into our community when they have caused harm, it's not about punitive measures, right? It doesn't mean, because this is often a myth, that with restorative practices there are no consequences. That's not what restorative practice is about. There are sometimes consequences that students need, but it's more so about them understanding, being empathetic, building that muscle, and then understanding the harm they have caused and working on being part of the problem solving and being able to come back into the community. So it's success. I think there's many aspects of what success would look like, but at top of mind for me is always those LCAP metrics.
Ariana, any questions or any ideas on how they can continue to improve the program? Okay.
I do think that it's a good way to get students to be more vulnerable with, like, the staff and the students around them. So I think it's a good thing, to be honest.
Thank you.
Thank you. Assistant Superintendent Brunson.
Thank you. Appreciate all of you and the work that you do on this. And it is an ongoing opportunity, because I think, even though students may be a little vulnerable in doing that, I think adults are having a harder time being vulnerable. Asking for help. There are people harmed in the workplace with unintended situations. And instead of dealing it through the complaint process, I know Diana and I would both agree we'd love to resolve things at the lowest level, but that means you have to be able to have the courage to sit in front of the person and have people like yourselves to help us through the harm and to understand that and to how to repair it. And what a great model for our students to see. Life is hard, work is hard, but the opportunity to grow together from that and your leadership will go a long way. And I think it's something I hope that grows to where people will help each other find ways to repair any unfortunate situations that come up, so that we can focus on our students, focus on each other. But sometimes we all need to slow down and breathe and take care of each other. So I just want to say thank you.
Thank you, and I'll just be brief. It would be nice to know in the future where the adult restorative practice piece lives. The other piece is that at times there are unfortunate incidents that happen at our school sites where the school site as well as the students need almost like emergency restorative practices because some things happen. Does that happen as well, or is it just this process you guys are still building upon, and in a couple years there'll be a component of it that is, for example, we have enough people trained at school sites for emergency type situations. Could someone speak to that very, very briefly?
Yeah, so I think the reason I feel so passionately to speak to that is because I think what has to happen is all of that community building. Yes, we want to have people who can, in a moment's notice, pull together a circle, but that's not really how a circle works, right? You can't just pull together a community right quick and fix it, right? And I don't mean to suggest that that's what you're suggesting, but it's really laying the foundation of our whole community, that we all have the skill set to repair and to accept someone's apology, right? On both sides. But yes, that the leaders are trained, the staff are trained, and even the students might know how to say, we had a conflict on the playground, let's have a conversation together in a circle, right? So to me, success is we have people well enough trained and well enough experienced in the messiness of it to be able to come together at will and resolve conflicts, and to guide each other through those conflicts. And some of that will start with our leaders who are being trained now, but the hope is that every member of our community will be able to go through that process together.
Thank you. Well, seeing none, Scott, are there any public comments?
We do have a hand raised. Charles Schletzbaum, we are going to enable your audio. Take yourself off mute, and you have 2 minutes. Go right ahead.
Thank you, board, and thank you for your work on this. But what I want to know is when we're going to start bringing teachers into this more, because when I was physically assaulted by a student last year, there was no apology, no community circle, no remorse. The second time I was verbally assaulted and threatened with violence, the student asked, do I want to get my ass kicked by another student? Again, showing me clear that the privileged student had, instead of making things right to their victims in the community, had instead been bragging about the incident and the lack of repercussions. As evidenced by remarks, it seems obvious to me that no one has tried to make me whole. And I want to know, will you, or when will you indeed start including teachers and staff in the process of restorative justice when they are victimized? And when will these practices actually start impacting the high school? Thank you.
Thank you. So we've had, as we know, the process of board meetings, when we have public comment, we have the opportunity to receive that public comment. We have the opportunity at your discretion, determine how to communicate back regarding to that public comment through the proper channels. Superintendent has heard that as well, and so from the board's position, we send that direction to address the issue from public comment to the superintendent, and then we would like to have a better understanding of how that gets addressed in the future.
We will definitely follow through.
Thank you, because as you know, our educators in our classrooms and those that are responsible at our secondary level have to be, as Jonathan had mentioned, whole in order to be able to serve our students in so many different ways as well. So thank you for that. Thank you for your report. Item 20, action items. 20A, Human Relations, conduct a public hearing on the Sunshine Proposal, Milpitas Teachers Association initial proposal for successor contract to Milpitas Unified School District.
Thank you, President Norwood. In accordance to Board Policy 4143.1, Public Notice Policy for the Collective Bargaining Agreement and State Bargaining Law, a public hearing must be held for both parties, MTA sunshine proposals as well as the district sunshine proposals. So we ask the president for this evening to conduct a public hearing where the community has the opportunity to speak on the articles that MTA is presenting. We have done our due diligence for the last 10 business days, posting the public hearing around our community to give the community an opportunity to speak on the articles that MTA is presenting in their sunshine. So at this time, President Norwood, I respectfully ask that you conduct that public hearing.
Is there a motion to open public hearing?
Motion to open public hearings.
We have a motion. Do we have a second?
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any additional discussion? Scott, any comments from the public?
Not at this time.
We have a motion and a second. Okay, roll call vote.
Board Member Jean,
Yes.
Board Member Naka,
Yes.
Board Clerk Yip Chuan,
Yes.
Board Vice President Yo,
Yes.
Board President Norwood.
Yes.
5-0. We will open the public hearing.
Is there a motion to close the public hearing?
Move to close the public hearing.
We have a motion to close the public hearing. Is there a second?
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any additional discussion? Seeing no additional discussion? Scott, roll call vote.
Roll call vote. Board Member Jung,
Yes.
Board Member Naka,
Yes.
Board Clerk Yip Chuan,
Yes.
Board VP New,
Yes.
Board President Norwood.
Yes.
Passes 5-0.
The public hearing is now closed. Now, is there a motion to adopt the proposal?
Motion to adopt the proposal.
We have a motion to adopt the proposal. Is there a second?
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any additional discussion? Seeing none, roll call vote.
Roll call vote. Board Member Jung,
Yes.
Board Member Naka,
Yes.
Board Clerk Yip Chuan,
Yes.
Board VP New,
Yes.
and Board President Norwood.
Yes.
5-0.
The proposal is adopted. Before we move on to the next item, I would like to dismiss our student board rep.
Go do your homework. Go to bed.
At this time, we'd like to conduct a public hearing on the Sunshine Proposal, Milpitas Unified School District Initial Proposal for Successor Contract to the Milpitas Teachers Association.
Thank you, President Norwood. At this time, we are going to follow the same suit where the district is allowing the public to comment on the district's proposals to MTA that have been sunshine for the next school year. And at this time, we'd like to conduct a public hearing so that the community has that time to make a comment.
Awesome. Scott, are there any public comments?
We have no public comment at this time.
Is there a motion to open the public hearing?
Motion to open public
We
hearing.
have a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Scott, roll call vote.
Okay, roll call vote. Board Member Jung,
Yes.
Board Member Naka,
Yes.
Board Clerk Yip Chuan,
Yes.
Board VP New,
Yes.
and Board President Norwood.
Yes.
5-0 passes.
Motion passes. The public hearing is now open. Is there a motion to close the public hearing?
Motion to close the public hearing?
We have a motion to close the public hearing. Is there a second?
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Roll call vote?
Roll call vote. Board Member Jean.
Yes.
Board Member Naka.
Yes?
Board Clerk Yip-Chuan.
Yes.
Board VP Nyo.
Yes.
And Board President Norwood.
Yes.
Passes 5-0.
Passes 5-0. Next item on the agenda is to adopt the proposal.
From the district to MTA, we need a motion and a second, please.
Is there a motion?
Motion?
I'll go ahead and make the motion.
Robert will make the second. Robert, could you make the second, please?
Second.
Yeah, Robert, the second. Any additional discussion? A roll call vote.
Roll call vote. Board Member Jean.
Yes.
Board Member Naka.
Yes.
Board Clerk Yip-Chuan.
Yes.
Board VP Nyo.
Aye.
And Board President Norwood.
Yes.
Passes 5-0.
Passes 5-0. The proposal has been adopted. Possible, we'd like to have a few words from our Assistant Superintendent of HR and our current, you're still president, right? Yes. Okay, our current MTA president, Diana Orlando.
As you know, we're both retiring, so this is the last time we'll ever do anything like this together.
Jonathan's always such a gentleman. First and foremost, I have to thank Jonathan and his team. The 5 years he's been here, we have been very productive at the table. Not a lot of arguing, except when I have to tell Wendy she's wrong, but I think this is one of the things I will miss the most, besides the actual teaching of my career, is negotiating. I don't know if it's the thrill of the kill. I don't know if it's just cat and mouse, or how to do what's best for our kids and our students and our teachers. But I'm proud of our team. We've come a long way since when I first started on the team, and it was very adversarial. It wasn't fun. I'd go home and cry. My now ex-husband would like, "Why are you doing it?" I'm like, "I got it. We got to make a difference." And things started changing with Mary Frances Callan and how we did the table. And once we got rid of a certain lawyer from your side, and we had Greg Danis's company come on, it's been a big difference. I know my team is going to continue in the spirit that we have. Clarissa Isbell will be the new president. Brett Weber is the vice president of secondary schools, and Alicia Salgado is the vice president of elementary schools. They will move forward, and I know it'll continue in the like we can redo it. I'm looking forward to Thursday to show the new lawyer for you guys how it's done at our table, because it's very unique. And even Greg Danis said that the other night, if you were listening to his little speech, or poem, I should say. He was very clever. Thank you. I know it's not your last meeting yet, but thank you from the bottom of my heart for taking over HR, getting things in place, processes and protocols, treating people with human kindness. You're very empathetic, even when you had to do the hard things with admin layoffs and things like that. You always did it with compassion, and for that I will forever be grateful. And I treasure our friendship, and I don't think this is goodbye. It's till we see each other again.
Thank you. And on behalf of the district, it's just been an honor to serve with you and represent the district, as well as our amazing administrative and team. And it's all about relationships. And when you listen to people, you learn as much as you possibly can. You accept the honor, the past of Milpitas, and then you help Milpitas grow together. So I think our relationship has been beneficial, and I've learned a lot from you, Diana Orlando, and I'm so grateful for the continued relationship that Damon James is going to provide with Clarissa, and on behalf of our district and our united front on how we do things. And I think, you know, there might be a job for us in the future, because we can maybe go on the road and show districts, this is how you work together, and support the work of our students, and be fiscally sound as a district, and always work to find ways to say yes and find that middle ground. And I think we've always done that. And I appreciate you. We did something our first year together, which was a 2-year agreement that hadn't been done in years. And I think that really set a tone for how you can work together and think outside the box to meet the needs of the district. So it's been an honor to work with you, and thank you, trustees, for your faith and confidence and guidance and leadership. Cheryl, your leadership, exec board, and on behalf of the 500 teachers, 60 some odd administrators in the district, we all focus on our students and the culture of we, and it showed throughout the years with you. Thank you.
Okay, thank you again. Assistant Superintendent Brunson and MTA President Diana Orlando. We are on item B, Superintendent's Office, and I'd like to make the request that we, on one fair swoop, because we saw the resolutions earlier, I'll make a motion to adopt BI with the resolution declaring the week of May 21st to 27th Classified School Employee Week, as well as adopt resolution 2023.34 Asian Pacific American Heritage Month.
Motion to approve both resolutions.
We have a motion to approve both resolutions. Is there a second?
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Scott.
Roll call vote.
Yes, please.
Board Member Jung.
Yes.
Board Member Naka.
Yes.
Board Clerk Yip Chuan.
Yes.
Board Vice President Niel.
Yes.
And Board President Norwood.
Yes.
Both pass unanimously 5-0.
Awesome. Thank you. Item C, Business Services.
Yes, tonight we're asking the board to approve a TPK construction management agreement for construction management services for the High School Performance Arts Center and also MUSD Innovation Campus. On March 14th, the board approved a new construction managers for the Measure AA bond, and the TPK Construction Management Corporation was one of those companies. And we're now ready to build our high school performance arts center. There have been, if you recall, there have been conversations in the past where deciding what could be the best delivery method for this project. Are we going to do lease-back, or we're going out to bid? With the current construction market, it seems like it will be in the best interest of the district that we go out to bid. If we go out to bid, then we needed to hire a firm to manage the project as our construction management firm. And since TPK has been working with district, I didn't realize it has been over 4 years, right, Travis? And the current contract with TPK will expire on June 30th, so the timing comes just about right. And the TPK, especially Travis, he has been familiar with our school side and our staff, and he did a great job in managing our bond program. Now we're at a stage, and TPK would like to be more focused on just being a construction management company for projects. So tonight in this agreement, and their proposal for the Performance Arts Center is $1.4 million. This is a very reasonable fee compared to the market rate. And also, since TPK has been managing the Innovation Campus Phase 1, and we're still not complete Phase 1 yet, so it will be beneficial and also in the best interest of the district to continue to have TPK to work on Innovation Campus for Phase 1 to finish out, and then plus the Phase 2. So I'm going to pause here, and I would like to invite the owner from TPK, Travis Kirk, and to share some of his experience and also his plan on how to manage this Performance Arts Center.
Thank you, Wendy. Good evening, President Norwood and members of the board. First and foremost, Bonnie and I want to thank you for the 4 years. We're coming up on our 4-year anniversary here and partnering with the district. And it's been huge for our company. As you know, we're a small company and we're growing. We're now growing. We're doing some good work over in Fremont Union High School District. We're hopefully tonight expanding our services here, or we'll have employees assigned to your projects. Proactively, we met with LPA architects this morning. Bonnie and I did for about 2 hours to kind of strategize on how we would take advantage of this market where a low bid might be more advantageous to the district. So the things that concern me with the low bid, and it's the things that people that tend to do lease back a lot will say is, well, watch out for change orders and claims. So I come from a background where I've managed a lot of low bid projects. And I've also, as a part of my business, I do construction litigation, so expert witness testimony on claims and those sorts of things. So having some background in that, I start the project with, how do we avoid litigation, how do we avoid delays, and how do we avoid claims? So this morning in meeting with LPA architects, we went over a few things that I feel are key to avoiding those obstacles with a low bid contractor. You have a contractor like Block Construction that you've built this relationship with. They do a fantastic job. There's a higher level of trust when you put it out on the open market. Well, how do you keep this project on schedule? How do you keep it on budget? And how do you keep them from just hunting change orders or delay claims? So what I asked them to do is on RFI responses, so if a contractor has an issue with something, some confusion in the plans, they send in a request for information. That information comes back answered. Oh yeah, we need 2 more rows of the sound panel or whatever. A contractor that's trying to get claims and extra change orders will do the work, wait 3 months and send you a change order for maybe twice the value of whatever that was that they did based on that RFI response. So I asked LPA today to include language in any RFI response that says specifically, this is not authorization to move forward with any work that would cost the district additional funds. Any change order work will require a proposed change order reviewed by the construction manager, so the construction manager can either accept it, reject it, or modify it. And so that gives us the opportunity to be fully reconciled all the time, all the way through this job, so we don't get to the end and they hand you 60 change orders. And so then the contractor may typically come back and say, well, you know, it took you a while to get an answer and that delayed me. So if it's going to take a while for them to get costs on a change order, then you can have a means of determining costs, which is to say you may proceed via time and material, have the inspector of records sign your tags, and then once the work's done, calculate the cost and move forward. Again, that's still in writing. That could be even via email. I don't do anything verbally. So that's the first thing. And then as far as delays goes, and I mentioned this a little bit last time I was here before you, the contractor is obligated to give you a CPM schedule, which is a critical path method schedule, before they break ground. And that is to say, these connecting tasks are going to occur to completion of the project. And so those connecting tasks would typically be demolition, excavation of footings, placement of rebar, concrete, steel, etc. in this sequence. So what we do is we take every week a 3-week look-ahead schedule provided by the contractor, and we put it against the critical path schedule. So if it said today flooring was supposed to go in start coming into this multi-purpose room, and they're not putting flooring in, then you say, what held you up and how are you going to recover? And so it's that contemporaneous reconciliation of all documents and all schedules that keeps them on track and prevents them from a delay claim or additional change orders. And the other thing we do is ridiculously detailed daily reports with photographs. That is to say, who's on site, how many subs do you have on site, what is the temperature, what's the weather, what RFIs were submitted today. So you're basically writing the story of this project every day as you go. So if you ever got into a situation where a contractor wanted to file a claim, now you have forensic data that you can refer back to, and you can say, oh no, on this day this occurred, you had this many people, et cetera, et cetera. What this tells the contractor is, hey, we're on top of this, so we're going to help you be successful, because we're not there to be their adversary, we're there to help them deliver this project, right? But at the same time, we're there to hold them accountable and hold them with their schedule. So that's how we do that. That's the basic premise. And the contractors get the feel that, well, we're not going to get over on this. But if there's a change order, and it's reasonable, it wasn't in the plans, and it's warranted, then we approve that. And that's kind of our method on the low bid.
Well, thank you, Travis. And part of this agreement, we make it very clear the staffing time. And for a good construction management firm, in order for them to perform a good quality work, they need to designate staff on our project. And also the staff, as Travis described, needed to be there like a daily and have daily interactions with the contractor to make sure the contract is on schedule, on track, and there are not many change orders requests. And so in this particular agreement, we asked the TBK to confirm with at least 2 full-time staff's time on our job. And unlike some, we did some low bid projects in the past, like for example, the rental field, right? We had some issues there. And part of the reason because the CM, if they're not dedicating their staff time there on our project, and then when things happen, that a lot of time create issues. And then the contractors and we went into a mediation, right?
On the Russell track, yes.
Yeah, with the contractor. So for this, because of the scale of this Performance Arts Center project, and definitely we need TBK to commit at least 2 full-time.
Absolutely, yeah. And, I'd remind the board that I was not the CM on that project, but I was happy to do a forensic evaluation, participate in a mediation where that claim was reduced significantly due to a forensic restructuring of that project based on the data that was available to me, which was daily reports from the contractor, the IOR, what was available from the CM firm that represented the district at the time. And so that's how we'll approach this, but we'll approach this day by day rather than looking backwards and piecing it together. We'll piece it together as we go.
Mm-hmm. So any questions?
Is there a motion?
Motion to approve.
We have a motion to approve. Is there a second?
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any additional discussion from the board? Well, I'd like to say, Wendy, thank you and Travis for your presentation. This construction management role, as we've learned, is critical to our work, and because of the lack of oversight in some areas, it has cost us additional dollars and time, which has a reverberating effect across multiple projects. So Wendy, thank you for identifying the fact that we have to dedicate staff, and you holding TBK to that, and also identifying some past issues that we had where we had other construction management firms that did not have someone on site on a continuous basis, so mistakes happened that we had to resolve after the fact. That is the worst feeling for us to hear in terms of the board trusting the construction management, the architect, and everyone else on the projects, and we hear that these mistakes are being made that could have detrimental effects to our children. Because the community taxpayers are investing in these projects to happen and expecting those that are involved to be professionals to make sure that it gets all done correctly all the way through. And we are hopeful that, knowing that construction like this doesn't happen often, that the lessons, that we've learned the lessons that we need to learn moving forward thus far, so that those types of things don't happen in the future. And in the event that they may happen, because life does happen, we've taken the appropriate steps to address the issues and minimize the risk, as well as additional investment from the school district.
Yes. Yeah, a successful project takes both sides. So one side is to hold the CM accountable, and that requires the staff time from the district. So I'm still going to work with the superintendent to come with the plan for internal from the district level, how we can make sure we have designated staff, or we have a person also to hold a TBK, to work with TBK on a constant communication. Because in the past, we used to have a person who managed the bond program, but TBK was in that role the first 4 years, but now they're switching to be the other side of the house. right? Because they're the CM. So now the district, we also need to come up with a plan on how to manage our bond program from the district standpoint. So that will make the program and the project successful.
Thank you. And with that information, Scott, roll call vote.
Roll call vote. Board Member Jung,
Yes.
Board Member Naka,
Yes.
Board Clerk Yip Chuan,
Yes.
Board VP No,
Yes.
Board President Norwood.
Yes,
Passes unanimous.
passes unanimous.
Thank you very much.
Congratulations.
Thank you very much.
Item CII, approve blocks amendment number 1 for MUSD Innovation Campus Phase 2 guaranteed maximum price.
Yes, this is for our innovation campus, and our phase 1 is almost come to an end, and our district office staff is ready. We're packing. We're planning to move in August, the first week in August. So phase 1 is on track, and now we wanted to work on phase 2. And in March, we asked the board to approve agreement with the block for phase 2, but that is for early procurement, like materials and supply, and so that was $1.4 million for that project. Now block actually went out, they did a bid, so they have the full it's called a GMP, guaranteed maximum price for the entire phase 2. And this is in addition to the $1.4 million that the board approved in March. And that's why we call this is an amendment to that master agreement. And in the board agenda, we attached the new amendment, and also just for your reference, we also attached the original exhibit. From the original exhibit, like under Exhibit C, you see lots of blanks, but now actually they're filled up. Basically, that's the fee schedule applied. And we have Ryan here from Block tonight, so maybe Ryan, you can share briefly about your process, how you come up get this 31.6 million GMP for phase 2.
Sure, yeah, so we basically work with QKA, who's the architect of record, and all of their sub-consultants through all of the pre-construction and design period to make sure that the drawing package, the specifications for the project and everything is as tight as can possibly be, meaning the design is fully there, it's all understood, it's clear, it's buildable. Part of the advantage is that the district has decided to go with a Folia product, which is a pre-engineered building that we've built lots of times, and we're doing it again in phase 1. So we're doing 2 very, very similar buildings in phase 2. So we've now built 20 of them, and so we know it really, really well. So that helps us develop a drawing set that's really, there's no scope gaps and there's no waste, right? So then we take all of that that's been developed by the architect with our help, with Travis's help, with everybody, and we send that out to the bid market. We got almost 100 bids across all the bid packages for this phase. We got really good bid coverage. All the bids that we got were very tight. There were less than 10% spreads for the most part between the low bid and the high bid, which is a good indicator that the drawings are very clear and people understand the scope. And then we get all those bids together, we evaluate them all, we make sure that the low bidder has all of the scope covered and there won't be change orders later. We evaluate all those bids, and then we put that all together in our guaranteed maximum price, and then we include contingencies at the bottom as well that the district controls and owns, and any unused contingency at the end of the project gets returned to the district. That's why it's called a guaranteed maximum price, because in all likelihood it'll actually end up being lower than that number when we don't use all of the contingencies and allowances. Like in phase 1, we're targeting not using all of the contingencies and returning money to the district at the end of the project. That's kind of the part. Did I answer the question?
So you're saying that you return money to the district at the end of phase 1 for the project based on the contingency?
That's what we're tracking right now, yeah. Yeah, is that we're going to return money at the end of phase 1 to the district. Unused contingency funds.
So basically, Chris, in their GMP, they include X dollar amount for contingency. And throughout the project, if they don't use that, and then they have to return back to the district. So we're expecting well, I'm not going to disclose the dollar amount, but based on Ryan's estimate, we're expecting a good, reasonable dollar return for phase one.
Okay.
And that's our expectation for phase two. That's why I bring that up.
Yeah. Okay.
I appreciate it.
And also the budget is 31.6 million. We look at our bond program, and we are going to use 16.5 million, the money received from the state. And also, I know Superintendent Jordan is working with partners and to apply some grant. And also, we're doing well with our developer fee fund, and we're going to look at all our resource and to pool the money so we can finish phase two.
Thank you. Is there a motion?
Move to approve.
We have a move to approve. Is there a second?
Second.
We have a move to approve and a second. Scott, roll call vote?
Okay, roll call vote. Board Member Jung,
Yes.
Board Member Naka,
Yes.
Board Clerk Yip Chuan,
Yes.
Board Vice President Nill,
Yes.
and Board President Norwood.
Yes.
Passes unanimous.
Motion carries. Thank you, Ryan. And thank you for the continued work with the students and increasing the pathway for our MUSD secondary students. We really appreciate that as much as we appreciate this work, and I'm glad to hear that you and your team are embracing that project as well. And as well, thank you, Travis. Much appreciated. Have a great night.
Good night. Thank you.
Thank you, Wendy, as always. We wouldn't be here, we wouldn't get to these types of opportunities without you, and thank you for sharing the fact that we did receive some dollars back on the contingency work, and that we're going to get even better at the work that we're doing, and that you're looking at getting a bond construction manager or a bond person on our side, or whatever you need to do to make that happen, to make sure that there's continuity in the work and the oversight. Item 21, consent items. Consent items are considered routine and will be acted upon the board in one motion. There is no discussion on these items prior to the motion unless members of the board, staff, or public request that a specific item be tabled or motion to remove for discussion or correction. Are there any items to be tabled or removed? Okay, with that, is there a motion?
Motion to consent items?
We have a motion to approve the consent items. Is there a second?
Second.
We have a motion and a second. All those in favor, roll call, Scott.
Okay, roll call vote. Board Member Jung,
Yes.
Board Member Naka,
Yes.
Board Clerk Yip Chuan,
Yes.
Yes.
Board Vice President Nill,
Yes, it's been long. Sorry.
and Board President Norwood.
Yes.
Passes unanimous.
Passes unanimous. Awesome. Dates of future board member meetings. Nothing here on my agenda. Any additional announcements or reminders from staff members or from the staff or board? Any additional announcements or reminders?
Pay attention to the community calendar for our promotions and graduations next week. We begin with the first one on Wednesday.
Board President Norwood, there is future board meetings on there. They're just, they're in a portion that didn't print down. I'm going to put it up on the screen for you now.
No worries. If you just want to call it out right quick, we can get that done that way.
Okay, let me go right here. So you have, you want me to, okay. June 13th, tentative study session 5 p.m., tentative closed session 6 p.m., open session 7 p.m., hybrid on Zoom, YouTube, and at Randall Elementary, 1300 Edsel Drive. And the same for June 27th, tentative study session 5, tentative closed session 6, open session 7, hybrid on Zoom, YouTube, and at Randall.
Awesome, thank you.
One announcement, the Milpitas Softball League is having their closing ceremony this Saturday at Dixon Landing Park. So board members, if you're available, please come out.
Thank you. Any other announcements from board members? Any other announcements from executive cabinet?
Sure. Tomorrow, 3:30, Milpitas High School, all staff recognition. Love to see as many people there as possible to celebrate all the amazing employees that we have here in Milpitas.
Awesome, thank you.
I was going to say what Assistant Super Brunson said.
Awesome. Is there a motion to adjourn?
Move to adjourn.
We have a motion to adjourn, second.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
I heard
Roll
Robert.
call, Scott.
Roll call vote, the last of the night, folks. Board Member Zhang,
Yes.
Board Member Naka,
Yes.
Board Clerk
Yes.
Yip Chuan, Board Vice President Nyo,
Yes.
and Board President Norwood.